Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Hi, I'm Bogus Meat Factory. Hi folks, how are you doing today? It is a beautiful Monday evening. It is time to sit back, relax, and enjoy the smooth, dulcet tones of some classic Everquest. Dirt Nap, how's it going, my friend? How are you? How are you, my friend? I hope you're doing well. Folks, we are going to have a chill Everquest evening tonight. Playing some more Project 1999 Green Server. Continuing our journey as our Wood Elf Bard. Questing in the world of Everquest. Probably just going to do quests. That's what we're going to do tonight. It's going to be weird. This last weekend was a stressful weekend, to say the least. Saturday night we played Sorcerer. Infocom Sorcerer with my good friend Nick. And we stressed the stress out. The game was very frustrating for us. But we have been talking, we talked all weekend, all Sunday, about our experiences with that game and how we can improve upon, how we reacclimate ourselves, tune ourselves in to the developer. We had said on Saturday, like, we're cheating, we don't care. We want to get done with this. We had decided to rethink that mindset. We were going to attune ourselves into Steve Moretsky's mind. And I think it'll have a good success. I think we're going to do really good. I hope. We have some theories on how to give ourselves clues on how to solve puzzles, or to at least identify puzzles. And we're very curious to know if it's going to work. If it's not, we are going to be frustrated. But we'll see. Instead, we're going to play some low-key Everquest. Before we do, though, folks, something crazy happened, literally, just today. I can't believe it. Today, I got a message from my dear friend, Mike, fan of the show, Mike Clam, and, we learned about, he had informed me that this zine, it's not zine, I call it zine, it's a zine, that I got paid to write for, back in like September, finally came out, and it is a beauty, an absolute beauty. Professor Peril says, remember, violence solves all problems, and if violence doesn't solve your problem, you're not using enough. It's good to see you, Professor Peril. So I had a zine entry, my first paid writing gig that came out today, and it is fantastic. It comes included with 5 games from indie developers here from the state of Michigan. It's all local Michigan writers for us. And I wrote an article that was about communal gaming. So playing games without having to physically hold a controller and manipulate the software. And how modern technology has given us this ability to create the virtual version of the couch co-op. A friend sitting around on a couch, somebody's playing a single-player game, and we're all rooting for him. Dude, Retro OG-san, thank you for the... Dude, thank you, far too kind. So it's my first writing paid gig, and I'm really proud of it. It's really a great article, but it's an even better zine, and it has some really wild games included. Thank you so much, Retro G-san. How are you doing tonight, by the way? I saw you got that car clean. Good job. I'm going to be sharing pictures of a snowstorm that's going to be hitting to make all you West Coast folks either be jealous or be glad you're on the West Coast. Because we're supposed to get 8 to 16 inches starting tomorrow night. It's going to be so much fun. But, yeah, so it includes a bunch of indie games. Really fantastic stuff. I was really proud of it, and it looks fantastic. I'll give you a sneak peek, a little smidgen, okay? Don't mind this EverQuest. Psh, don't listen to that. Shh, don't listen. Bam! Look at this cover. Look at this cover art. It's so beautiful. It's very professionally done. the layout and everything kind of fits the same pixel theme. Absolutely delightful. There's articles about the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. There's stuff about, like, my stuff talking about text adventure games and how we can enjoy adventure games in a different way than how we did, like, traditionally, as a instead of a solo experience, this communal experience. Oh man, Professor Peril, directly across the pond. Nebulous. Oh man, I hope you stay safe. I hope you're stocked up. I hope you get to stay safe and don't have to go out in crazy weather. I'm a stay-at-home dad. Like, my kids get a snow day, I'm staying home. Soccer says, I was a single player once. Way back in the day. Then you took an arrow to the knee. And but there's also a great article about a lost multi-user dungeon from the University of Michigan. Hero Mud, which is an incredibly popular one that disappeared and is lost to time. And so it's really worth checking. It's $10, but you get 5 indie games. Some of them, you're getting more than your money's worth if you're to buy them on itch.io. It's worth checking out. It's really worth it. Mike worked super hard on this thing, getting it all together. He even wrote the article on Hero Mud. And it's really worth it. Really, 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 please, please, please. Support Mike. Support local people. Support those indie developers and folks that are working super hard to provide the quality content, but to doing so, you know, because they love games. They love this stuff. They love it. It's not just there to make money. They're just doing it because they care. So check it out. It's really worth it. We might be playing some of those games on stream next week. We'll see. Anyways, we're playing some Everquest tonight. Oh, Songnesty, our level 15 bard in South Kinos right now. We're going to be doing some questing. We have some quest items and things like that I want to fulfill. We have a bunch of boxes that we need to tick off, which means traveling. We're going to be going to, I think, the southern plains of Karana to get a loot fixed, amongst many other things. But Sakura, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody. And thank you again, Retroji-san. You're far too kind. 8 months. Has it really been 8 months since we have crossed paths? Hold on. 8 months. I legitimately feel like you have been here, like, for just a couple months. 8 months. Almost a full year. That's wild. Professor Peril says, I hope one of those boxes to tick is violence. It doesn't feel like 8 months. Not even remotely. That is insane. We woke up in our bed in the Lion's Mane. I don't remember. There it is, the stairs down. 1 more month and you'll have a stream baby. I know. Oh man, what would Retro G-san and my stream baby be like? I can imagine it, right? I was playing when you raided. It was a computer RPG of some kind. It could have been Text Adventures. 8 months from now. Hold on. No, it wouldn't have been Text Adventures. We started that in like July, August-ish. Huh. Oh, I had the VR setup? Okay, so VR setup would have absolutely been... What did I play in VR back then? Holy smokes. It was a game I could beat in like a day. It wasn't Moss. Moss I did at the end. Oh, wow, I don't even remember. It wasn't Dreams. We didn't do Dreams. We did regular Dreams. We didn't do Dreams in VR. It wasn't actual VR. Oh, in the virtual game room. So that would have been... It was a computer game. It wasn't Callahan's. Could have been Callahan's. No. Oh my gosh, yeah. It was a computer game, though, at the time. It was a DOS game. I can't think of what it was. But I know what our stream baby would be. the TV, and it's such an ass if it was original hardware. Probably Infocom. Yeah. Well, let's see. Retro G-san and My Stream Baby has some J-pop in there. Definitely some stuff in there. Our baby would be holding, an old Apple II, right? Something old. It's an old computer. And sporting the classic, the super balding baby hair and a big old beard. Absolutely. That's our stream baby. I think that'd be our stream baby. What do I have in my inventory? All right, so we have some missions to do. I have a spell of endure disease. That's right. Okay. Oh, I picked this up. I was on my own for a second. It has a list of the 3 engineers who will design the Great Span. We're not going to do that quest. I'm not doing that. We have some things though that I have to deliver. Inert potion, a broken lute. Yeah, the Lacera lute. All right. So we're going to find out what we have to do with these things. Sauerkraut Callahan's was so freaking good. That was the smartest, the most witty adventure game I've ever played. So smart, hilarious. Yeah, we had a couple glitches here and there, but overall nothing too bad. I'm just checking things out. That's for my rogue. That's for my life with the gnomes. Just checking my things. Tramp bow staff. I got a putrid bear hide. Oh, I can turn that in, I think, for something. For a quest. Okay. We're going to head to the southern plains of Karana and get ourselves some stuff. Yeah, we had that one major glitch out that confused even the developer of Callahan's. He was very like, huh? How did that happen? All right, so we have to go visit Rodset Knife's temple. Rodset Knife. Let's see what we can do. Gonna go visit Rodset Knife. I don't wanna. Rodset can suck it, but you know what? We'll go visit him. So yeah, I hope everybody's doing well. I'm so surprised that I did not like Sorcerer. I really was coming in ready to go. It's one of the weird things, right? Like, I always talk about expectations and how expectations change and morph based on people's experiences, but like preconceived notions definitely have a major effect on how people perceive games. And I came in with a preconceived notion that the game is going to be fantastic, and it ended up being not so fantastic. Have a putrid bear hide. She says, oh dear, the disease has spread to the realm of the tree folk. It must have been difficult to kill such a large and rabid beast. Here, take one of my personal scrolls as thanks for such a brave act of devotion. I pray you can use it. If not, then perhaps one of our fellow adventurers can. The problem is that, like, these... that's, I think, the only way you can get that spell, Endure Disease, for clerics. But I don't need it. I'm not a cleric. But I wanted to be nice to those folk. So let's sell those. Oh, they sell for a bit, too. I'll take it. All right. So we got to find a person who is going to be fixing this loot so that we can get it back to the bards here, which means venturing out into the wilderness, trying to survive, struggling to survive. Before we go, though, we have to check. Hold on. We have to check to see if his rat is about. Sneed Galloway had a rat that was oh, somebody already got him. Somebody already killed him. Who did it? I'm proud of them, whoever did. Never mind. Sorry, Sneed. Rat's already taken care of. Good luck, buddy. Yeah, he's looking for a rat head. And so there's these rats that spawn in his second floor. And they sometimes give rat heads, sometimes they don't. Who is in here right now? A level 12 monk, level 2 warrior, a level 7 rager. All right. Let's get my spells set up too. While we're here. Anthem to Arms is here. And then Boastful Bellow. And then the Lugubrious Lament. Oops, I'm going to put that higher. The Lugubrious Lament is a lull, which keeps enemies from like pulling when you pull a bunch of enemies and stuff. Keeps like one away. I think that's how it works. Again, I'm not very good at this game. We want to preface. I am not good at Everquest. I try. Lord knows I try. But I'm not necessarily the best. I don't do well in my songs. Like, I don't keep them up. You know, I'm not spatially aware. I'm not built for soloing. I'm not even very good in a group either. We once attempted to do a group situation on Hesh Ballantyne's stream, and it failed miserably. Audio Eric! How's it going, Audio Eric? I hope you're doing well. My wife was super nice. She wanted to see some friends today. She brought me back some food. It was this delicious, like, barbecue brisket. It was so delicious, man. And some coleslaw. It was so good. To like say congratulations on getting the zine published. No complaints, not bad for a Monday. How's everyone here? Oh, Audio Eric, I'm ready for the snowstorm. I don't know how it's going to be out for you, but you're getting about 8 to 16 inches out here, they say, to expect, which is wild. Absolutely wild. Who's in Kinos Hills? Got some folks. Got buried this past weekend close to 30 inches. Holy smokes, Audio Eric. Hopefully you're doing okay. I mean, you got some good food, I'm sure. Some delicious, delectable food. I'm super excited. We're going to be cooking some soon. I'm glad you're fine. I don't know how it's going to be, though, with the oncoming one. I don't know if it's going to hit your area or not, but it's definitely hitting us in the Midwest starting tomorrow night. And it's going to be a bunch. It's going to be fun. My wife is going to have to deal with it. I don't have to. I'm going to prep, get our stuff all cleared out and ready, get things salted. And Sakura's supposed to be in the snow. I know, Sakura, you're supposed to be in the snow right now. I'm so glad there's lots of people who very much want to be in the snow. We gotta support those snow lovers. Okay, who's out here? Lots of folks. Donut, the 54 Elementalist from the guild that I'm currently in. 15 Druid, 32 Druid, 15 Necromancer. All right, we got people my level. And I might be able to group with them. I don't mind snow. I think it's pretty. Not a fan in traveling in it. It's not so bad out here in Michigan. We're pretty used to it. Sakura says, I can count the number of times I've been in snow on one hand and actually been in snowing conditions, excuse me, on one finger. Holy smokes. That's wild, Sakura. No. Like, for us, 6 inches of snow is nothing. Like, you get 6 inches of snow, just power through, you'll be fine. You know? Hold on. Take this off and put that on so I speed up a little bit more. It's old hat for us here in New England. Exactly. Sakura says, I lived in California and Florida. Not exactly known for the snow. I mean, that's true. This is true. Hopefully one day you'll get to experience some snow, some like true blue Midwest snow or East Coast snow, you know? It's a beautiful thing. My kids are so excited. I brought out the tape measure to show them roughly how the snow is going to be, like how much snow we're going to get, and they're like losing their mind. They really hope we get it. I hope we do too. Ooh, there's a rabbit wolf. I want to fight this guy. We want their pelts for just quest stuff and Kinos, and so that's kind of where we're at right now. But they give good XP for this stuff, so why not? Got my hammer. Perfect. Disease wolf pelts. We turned those bad boys in at the Temple of Rods at Knife. We're doing them a favor. Taldio, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. No, I'm not going off to fight the bandits and lose miserably. We're going to go to the southern plains of Karana just to finish up a quest that I have to do. And then, I don't know, find somebody to group. Clean in body, if not in mind. Indeed. Yeah, we're just going to be doing some, Oh, I'm going south. I need to go west, or east. Mist wolf. Fire beetle. Yeah, I don't know where this person is. I've never been to the southern plains of Karana. I don't think in my entire life. So this will be a first for me. But we're looking for two things. We're looking for a centaur to make bread to deliver to our homeland one day. A bread delivery. Because all of all of the Fadewar is having a massive food shortage. And then also getting a loot fixed to take back to Kinos to the bards. That's our goal right now. And then we'll do some hunting. It's going to be a chill night because Saturday I was on tilt. Holy smokes, was I on tilt. The experience of Sorcerer really... Oof! It got to me, man. I was so frustrated. But me and Nick, we talked it out. So we figured it out. We got ourselves rounded. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Audio Eric. So, like, we explored so much of the map, right? And we didn't find a single... No, it's fine. So, like, we explored, like, 35 rooms. And we found two puzzles. A glass maze and a little, like, throw a ball at a bunny to win a prize, but we don't even know what the prize was. We explored so much, and we got, like, no inventory items. And, like, want a little company on this adventure? Taldio? I'd love it. I'd love it. It'd be a joy. I'm making my way there. Do you want me to wait at, like, the camp in is it northern plains of Karana? I don't know where you'd meet me at the spires in North Karana. I will have to reacclimate myself to know exactly where that is. But I'd love some company. So I can meet you on the path in West Karana. No, that's okay. I can find the spires. They are... Hold on. Once I zone, I'll look. I'll make it easy for you. But anyways, Sorcerer was just so crazy. It was so frustrating. And, like, there are situations where we clearly were like, oh, this is a puzzle. You know? And it's like, no, that's not a puzzle. Situations where they'd just, here's an item. And we're like, okay. We pick up the item. Oh, you're dead. Why? Why am I dead? Oh, you pulled this lever and you got killed by a billion Zorkmits. And then we learned that the chance of us being killed by this slot machine is a 1 in 64 chance. And to get what we needed from the slot machine is a 3 in 64 chance. They said hail. I did not say hail back. And just like, for instance, we have a spell that can remove water, right? I'm like, okay, well, the moat. There's a moat. So we go to use the spell there, right? To remove the water of the moat. And it's like, yeah, you remove the water, and then suddenly the bridge that we're on just collapses and we die. The moat fills up again automatically, and we die. Great. There's a path that we took many times before, but because we walked on it now this time, we died. We just died. The ground gave way, and we died. And so there's a river, and we had to cast a spell to make the water disappear in the river. Why? We don't know. The description never says you notice something in the river, or you notice a cave that the river flows into, or anything about this river in particular. But apparently you need to. Game has 70 ways to die. Exactly, Sakura. And there's so many red herrings. Like, too many. Too many red herrings. That we don't know. When you have to question, is this a puzzle or not? That's a problem. Hold on. I gotta find where the spires are in Northern Plains of Karana. Because I don't know. Wizard spires are at the Southern Plains. I gotta go to the Southern Plains anyway, so let's do that. Taldio knows where I am. I know where you are. I'm coming to get you. Keep following the path. Perfect. And it was insanely frustrating in Audio Eric because there's a lot of randomness to things where something will kill you, but it wasn't, you needed to just not die there. It just randomly will kill you. And the key is to just not die. To be there and get lucky. There are random elements to those things. There are things that we think are important and useful, but they aren't. We've used a spell to solve a puzzle. Ooh, I will wait. Taldio's here. Hail. Invite. I guess I don't need to invite. That's silly. Okay. Okay, so we're heading out. Let's go. Onward to glory and possible death. Because I legitimately... Okay, there's somebody hunting lions and grizzly bears. Always possible death. Oh, there's griffins. Oh, but they're blue. Oh my god. Those griffins have never been blue in my memory and recollection. That's terrifying. Do these guys hate me? They look at me indifferently. Okay. Hi guys, I'm a bard. Please don't kill me. There was an instance where I came across them and they attacked me and I don't remember why. Maybe because I was a rogue at the time? Something. I can't quite remember. So yeah, Audio Eric, it was so frustrating, so insanely frustrating. And so we had to take a second. We're going to reacclimate ourselves, get a better understanding of how they want us to play this game. We discussed about what spells we could use, because again, we only used 3 spells total so far in the game, and we're more than a quarter of the way done, according to the score, right? So we have to be getting there, but we haven't used any spells So what's the point? I'm very confused about it. I really don't know. I really don't know. And so it has been just a really negative experience, which is surprising because we've had 10 games, played 10 other games that were manageable. It didn't sound fun at all. It wasn't fun. These are the major spires. Taldio's character Shambhalis. These are the major spires. They're majestic. Look at this. Installed by the Combine Empire. So majestic. Almost as majestic as an ogre. Ogres are still more majestic. These are the major spires, yeah. There are major and minor. Do you want to go up there? We can climb up there? I don't know. We can climb up there. That's terrifying. The minor spires are the little pyramids, yeah. Sure. Sure. How do we do that? Yeah, so when you're a wizard, you use these to teleport. Oh, I'm majestic. Thank you, Sakura. And wizards get these spells to use teleportation through the major spires pretty early, but the minor spires, they have to be higher level. I'm going to levitate you. Oh, there you are. I didn't see you. You were so sneaky. If you go around to the outside of the pillars, you can walk up it now. What? Oh! We're climbing. We're climbing. Oh, Jesus. Whoa. Hold on. Look at us. On top of the world right now. I'm the king of the world. Look down below. There's the bridge. Leads to the southern plains of Karana. I can see your house from here. There's a little guard. Wow, man. This is very cool. Don't slip. I have levitate on. Look. Whee! What does Guard Lenarius have to say? I must know. Hey, Guard Lenarius. Hail, traveler, you're free to rest within this keep or within any of my towers along the roads to Kinos. My guards shall keep watch over you. While you tread upon the roads, be warned that there are local dangers as well as rumors of corrupt guards. Corrupt guards? I've heard rumors of dissension among my guards. I will reward any fine resident for the death of these traitorous guards. If you find one, you must kill one. Bring his guard bracelet back to me. I cannot allow such men among my guards. Be sure they are corrupt, or I shall have your head as well. Local dangers. My guard report daily to me of dangers on the plains. Lately, they've been telling me rumors of Lord Grimrod. Who is Lord Grimrod? My guards have heard rumors of this Lord Grimrod. It's said that he's a powerful shadow knight who has raised an army of undead. Such things should be reported to the Temple of Life. Journey to Kinos and speak with Camlin Serbold. Tell him of Lord Grimrod. I'm writing this down. Notes. Because we're going to be back. Semlind Serbold about Lord Grimrod. I want to know. The complaints here. Oh, dude, Lip, it's so good to see you. As you look across into South Karana, we can see a worn path in the grass. That's so cool. Oh, yeah. I see this. Oh, another interesting thing. That's so cool. Lip, you're getting old. Why are you getting old? What's happened, my friend? Going straight on from the bridge, but as we get closer, it disappears. Really? I wonder where that is. Why is that, Taldio? Oh, no. Lip, it does not go away. It does not go away. I promise you. Okay, so I need to deliver a loot. I don't know where this person is to deliver the loot, so we're gonna... Valen Nostrolo. Okay, so just a bit southeast. Whee. Ice slipping sucks. Coccyx pain is never a pleasant pain. I know this from experience. Coccyx pain? We don't want coccyx pain. You know the way. Okay. I'm going to... Wait. There you are. I'm going to slash follow. All the while, we look around us. Oh, shoot. I stopped following. Oh no, I've lost you. There you are. I need to get my song going back. And on my tailbone, I just scraped my knee. Oh no! That stinks, my friend. I'm coming back. So, what is Shambhala as a druid? Oh, a level 21 druid. Ooh, okay. So we can probably hunt together. An escaped split paw knoll. The centaurs, they... Oh! Wait. Oh, that's the... He looks at me indifferently. Okay. They like me. Baynar's Swift Song. Oh! Okay. Look at that dude. Apprehensively. Okay, Nostrolo. I gotta make sure I do this right. I don't want to mess this up. Alright. So... Take Lacera to... Okay, loot. Give him the loot. Okay, just give him the loot. We're fine. Okay. Give him the loot. To Valen Nostrolo. Not the mandolin. Lacera's loot. He says, "Oh dear, I forgot to repair Cassius' loot. I shall fix it and return it to him myself. Thank you for bringing this to me. Here, please return this note to Cassius. He shall be most happy. Thank you again." Says Cassius, "Sorry for the mishap. I shall repair and tune your loot and return it to you when I return to Kinos in a week. Valen Nostrolo." Nice to meet you. Do not the plains of Karana abound with life? This land is truly blessed by the gods. Would you like to hear a tune? Or you pass up the opportunity? I would like to hear a tune. Inside this heart, I am trapped with a sight of beautiful colors. All memories of your love, they attack me with full might. You left me here in this garden of gray, never to see the true colors of the happiness of day. Here in my heart I sit and I cry. You've left me alone and my colors have all died. What do you think? Is it a happy tune or a sad tune? It is a sad tune. It takes a broken heart to truly appreciate that tune. I'm glad you enjoyed. My dear Metala left me 1 year ago. The wound has healed, but the scars remain. I'm presently trying to complete a new composition. Maybe that will turn me around. What new composition? I've come here to create my greatest composition. I call it the... And there's no brackets for those. We just had to kind of figure this out. I've come here to create my greatest composition. I call it the Winds of Karana. Alas, the song sheets have been taken from me while I attended to some personal business. Hermit came and stole 2 song sheets from my pack. It'd be grand if in your journeys you were to come upon this hermit of the plains and return my song sheets to me. I would pay dearly. Now I must go back to my thoughts. Please excuse me. A hermit, you say? Oh, this is a tougher one. What do I have to do? So let's see. Oh, that's a tough enemy. Level 18 to 22. I don't know if I can beat them. I know where the hermit lives. Would you care to give him a bad day? Do you think we can handle it? I don't know if we'd be able to handle it. If we can, let us. do so. Tell Valen that there's only room around here for one bard, and that bard will be Songnesty. If we can't, we can run away faster than him. This is true. And you can root. Let us go! We're gonna get these sheets back then. Oh, we're getting the sheets back. This is exciting. This is exciting! Oh, sheet. Oh, the songs we will sing. If we get this. If we get these sheets back. Oh, sheet! This is exciting. This is why I play Everquest. I'm sorry. It's that should I ask Valen if it was the flat sheet or the fitted sheet? Oh, if it was a fitted sheet, then no go. If it was a fitted sheet, a feeded sheet, I would tell him to stick it where the sun don't shine. How would you even fold those things? Hello, centaurs. I'm gonna find one of you. I need food. Yes, there's so many cool things. AVX. Do I need to make a video for you? There's a trick to it. It's grabbing the. You can find the little thingies. And you grab them, and that's your folding point. The little thingies. That's the little things. You know, those things. This is what's great. Like, it's not gonna get me much reward for doing this, right? And so most EverQuest people, they don't do this stuff because it's not worth it most of the time, right? The big epic stuff later might be, but the economy is very, messed up. You should do one of the most hated EQ quests, the Vengeful Musician's Quest. What is this dirt nap nub? Tell me. Quests don't reward us really, other than by making us happy. It tells a story. That's what we want to hear, is the story. Okay, hold on. We're here. Hold on, let me get my weapon. Okay. Is this person attack on sight? He does not. Okay. Why can't I open the door? I cannot. Oh, also his door is locked. No soliciting. But how do we get the key? Knock, knock, knock. Grace and charm of a Jehovah's Witness. There's no key. You have to get him to come out. Come out, hermit. I seek the sheets. Oh, Jalen. We have Kino's scout cookies. I don't give a sheet. Emote sings a really great song poorly for 10 hours. Sings a really great song poorly for 10 hours. I can see inside the room. There they are. There's the hermit. Hail, hermit. They are red. I go around to the other side of the house. He's blue to me. Okay. I got him targeted. Got him targeted. Should we just pull him? I don't have any spells I can cast through the door. Let me see. Let me see if my song... Yeah. Oh yeah, it worked. Oh god, we're gonna die. Oh Jesus. Okay. Trying to get closer. There we go. Jesus. Okay, we got this. I gotta spin my songs. Duh. Ooh, ow. Ow! I'm gonna die, aren't I? Back up and let the dot take him out. Okay. Okay. He's rooted. This all makes sense. Are we running? Oh shoot. Should we run? Come on and come out and sit down. What? No. Oh. Nope. Just sitting here, casting a song that's hurting him slowly. That's funny. No worries out of you, Eric. There we go. Wow. Roots. So, you put a dot on them. Right, Teldio? Like... Okay. A cracked flute. Ooh! Rinza Karana. Winds of... Oh, look at him. Cyclops. What's the cracked flute do? Cracked flute. I need to sit. Let's do the song to sing and restore our health. Okay. Is this a good or a bad place to be? Killed him in the back. Well, he was running away. Poorly. Gotta look what the cracked flute does. Cracked flute. Okay, so it's used in the Winds of Karana. Give you a lute and a sheet music page. Okay. So we can give that to somebody for that. Okay. Oh, great. Fun. We're okay here. Okay. Interesting. So that's what is that what you do typically? Is just root and dot and sit back? He's an unkempt druid and I'm a kempt one. Oh man, Taldio, one of my favorite quest lines in is working with the Surefall Glade druids, right? And having a meeting in Kinos with one of their agents and stopping an assassination on his life, assassination attempt on his life there, and fighting that dude off, and then trying to infiltrate the unkempt druids, and then it like doesn't work. Like you can talk to the leader of them, and nothing happens. Like nobody's ever figured out how to get that to like continue, that path to continue. Maybe you have, I don't know, but I learned about that. That was really interesting. All right, so we have to go find. Oh, so you can get him to the hermit to come out by saying, "I'm here to kill you." Great, that's interesting. So he stole 2 song sheets. And so I have, hold on. What song sheet do I have? I have sheet 1. I wonder, hold on. Oops, blink. We're going to try to... It just says, okay, it's the Winds of Corona sheet 1. It doesn't say anything else. Okay. Identify it. We're in southern plains of Corona right now. Alright. Alright, so we have to deliver this flute to a woman somewhere. We have to deliver the flute to Cordelia Minster. She's in northern Corona. Okay, she's by the spires. Correct. Interesting. Is it the sheet that starts, oh, Corona is where the wind comes sweeping down the... where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. Oh, let me do my song. My jig. Who's that guy? Look at him, that Centaur. Dude. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta take a second. We gotta take a second to admire the Centaur. Look at him. Hello. Hello. You're so majestic. We always love ourselves a good Centaur. Look at the brown. Look at the brown. You're very majestic, sir. You're very majestic. So majestic. Look at you. You got an 8-pack. What is this? Sorry. Sorry. Is that a mane on his back? I think it's the equivalent of a Centaur tramp stamp. Oh no. I'm coming. I'm coming. He's like, of course, sir. So dumb. Northern Corona scares me. Or not northern. Southern Corona scares me. But we're getting some sheets. Getting some sheets. Is he a cleric of rods at knife? No. Shambhala is... Oh, is the centaurs? No. The centaurs don't believe in our gods. Psh. Especially not that one. Ooh. Oh. Those hoses make a pretty big stamp. Come to think of it, indeed. The trampiest of stamps. So, are the birds good hunting? I'm always scared, too, of, like, he's not the centaur for disease control. Edgar, how's it going, by the way? I didn't say hello. Hi, Edgar. How are you, my friend? I'm always worried also of killing mobs that might be of a faction that allow me to do quests. That is a very beautiful looking weapon, though. Oh my goodness. Bards. Plus 100 HP. Plus 25 mana. Jesus. Plus 10 strength. I do not have a quest just to talk to the temple. A Rodset knife. About Lord Grimrod. Correct. When I deliver the note, I will ask about him. I don't know about Lord Grimrod at all. I think I remember there being some like evil quest lines in the Followers of Protoxylus in Kinos. They have something. What is this? What is this? Whoa. This. In case they tell you to come kill him, he's in this camp over the hill. Oh, he's here. An undead camp with skeletons. Okay. Swiftblade of Zek. I was swinging one of those when I retired in 03. Edgar. Nice. I need to, at some point, get gear. I have the money. I need to get gear. That is some beautiful skeletons. I wonder what went down there. It's a rehearsal recording for the music video of Thriller. Absolutely. There you go. It's explained. Boom. Need nothing else. So Majestic. Get your Soul Majestics out. So Majestic. Somebody's trying to camp the Hermit. So Majestic. So majestic. Look at him. You are so majestic. You are so majestic. So majestic. Nothing. Look at him. I love that his chainmail is like open at the nipples. You can't have any chafage if you're just wearing chainmail on a bare skin. Missing a couple teeth. We like it. So majestic. Nothing. He's looking for group, not for love. He's looking for group. He's not looking for love. Okay? He's just waiting for a tell to pop up. To say, I'm looking for group. Okay. People are, oh man, they're killing all the guards. Shame on them. Shame on them. Deliberately cut or rubbed through. Ooh, this, Edgar, is a question. Do you want some rabbit stew? What does it give me? What does it do? Does it do something special? Shambhala has fashioned pot. I see you have fashioned pot. Is that get me high? Crench Inabon. At chainmail on his bare skin. I know, right? Welcome, by the way, to the stream. It's a pleasure to have you. Rabbit stew, nice. Get the pot back if the stew is inedible. Huh. Well, let me have a bite. It tastes like rabbit. Very. I got a little hint of bugs. Bunny, that is. Got a hint of bugs. Yeah, Crenchinaban. I am legitimately new. Cordelia walks here to the guard tower along the path. Okay, we're looking for Cordelia. Was that the girl that broke up with him? I think it is. I did pick up the rabbit off the ground. He just found a rabbit corpse. Roadkill. Ooh, beetle. I'm gonna follow. Yeah, I'm new. Not really. I've been playing Everquest for about 4 years off and on. I did get to play some at launch, but I had much older brothers who demanded the time. So I never got to have like a real character in the game. So I only got to like level 4 at the most at that point. And it was always an enchanter erudite with minor illusion and messing around with people there. I play this game very weirdly. I'm not very good. I'm level 15 right now. The highest level character I've ever gotten was 16. And I got that over the summer playing with a good friend of mine. And I always just really talk to NPCs and learn lore and explore, but never succeed at much. At anything. I'm terrible at the game. Horrifically terrible at the game. But I enjoy it nonetheless. Because I very much enjoy its world and how it's designed. And the people are fantastic. And just getting a chance to, see what was meticulously crafted. I love the quest of Everquest. You succeeded a lot, just not what the game wants you to. Yeah, I don't succeed much in combat. I succeed far more in being very silly. Okay, I'm looking for Cordelia. Oh, Cordelia. I'm a human and I'm blind. Okay. I'll look for Cordelia. I forget that she's a human. I forget this, that you're blind. Oh, Cordelia. That shield glimmer spindle. That pincer looks at me dubiously. Romelia, Maricela. Oh, Cordelia. Edgar says, an old colleague of mine observed of MNOs, if a game includes a fishing mechanic, there's going to be one guy who just fishes, and that's fine. Yep, that's my world. That's my world. I go and I sit at the docks, watch the boats come in, fish, greet people, get stories, watch the boats come out. That's what I do. That's my idea of fun, mostly. Interacting with people is why I play. I do it to talk to folks and use the things in the game that a lot of people don't use in order to get some fun out of it. I'm going to talk to those guards. To talk/annoy those guards. Oh, and also get a Griffon to attack me. No, Griffon did not attack me. Hey guards, you guys seen Cordelia anywhere? She's supposed to, hang out tonight. She, ghosted me. It's part of our guild thing. If you want to bake pies in Rivervale, power to you. Exactly, Taldio. Exactly. I like... Your guild, by the way, is absolutely fantastic. What a wonderful bunch of folks. I very much enjoy hanging out in the Discord. She goes west along the path and comes back. Okay, so she goes west. Then let us go west. I always worry about guilds. Guilds are very difficult for me a lot of times. Because a lot of instances, a lot of people will join a guild and be like, yay, great. And then that's it. And never talk again. Like, they never acknowledge you again at that point. And it always is kind of weird because everybody has their social cliques even within groups. But your guild's very nice. Oh, Cordelia, come to me, Cordelia. I need to give you this flute to get me some loot. Hey, Innkeep Dizda, how's it going? What about you, Inkeep James? Do you have anything to say? I knew this would happen. Food's becoming so scarce that I'm starting to run out of stock. You wouldn't happen to be a baker yourself, or maybe know someone who bakes? I know someone who bakes. Good. Restocking my muffin supply. Everybody needs muffin supplies. Muffins. Take this crate and fill it with muffins and seal it up and bring the full muffin crate back to me. Don't go trying to pass off that store-bought stuff on me either. Need fresh baked muffins. Everybody wants muffins. That's a lot of muffins. Someone stole all of the sweet rolls. Sakura says, I've run in enough guilds to know that you need to fight against that or it'll end bad. Absolutely. I agree. Oh, he glowers at me dubiously. Oh, there she is. I think that's her. Is that her? Cordelia! I cannot find my loot, my favorite possession. Is there anyone who can help me? I can help. My flute is missing. I think that old dirty hermit took off with it. He's always taking off with my things. What hermit? Nothing. Okay. Nothing about the hermit. She says, why thank you, kind adventure. Here's a little something to keep food in your belly. Now go back to practice. La la la. My eyes are itchy. Hold on, I need to know one thing here. I need to know if Vela Nostrolo's girlfriend is her. No, his girlfriend's Metalla. Oh man. Thought maybe she'd know. I wonder why she has that song. Why do you have Vela Nostrolo's music? Why do you have that? All right, let's go deliver it. It's delivery time. So, Crenshin, if you're still here, what do you play on Everquest? If you play. I find a lot of people come in. Giant Everquest fans. Grew up with it. And every Monday is Monday, where we play MMORPGs. But right now it's going to be strictly Everquest at this moment, because I still want to experience so much of it before I move on. I am working on a tune for this stream, for Monday streams. I need someone who can sing. I can't sing. We try to make sure we spend time with people of various levels, not just play our highest level characters, so that low level folks never catch up. Yeah. It's helpful. You know? And I don't expect folks to come and power level me or anything like that. That's never my intent, Taldio. I want to stress this. Like, I didn't join the guild for a free ride. Never a thing that I do. I appreciate any help, but, like, I joined a guild once that was a natural progression guild, where they're like, you can't trade with anybody outside of the guild. And you have to do everything naturally. So, like, you can't, you know, you can only get it from either merchants, NPC merchants, or within the guild, and pay their own, like, they have their own internal economy. It was wild. Nice folk, I guess, but and I agree with kind of the natural progression of stuff, but I'm not super strict about it, because I don't feel like it has to be that way. I think it's really interesting to kind of do stuff naturally through there, like do stuff within my level and that sort of stuff, but well, it makes sense in a degree, Sakura, because there's a lot of times folks, especially in EverQuest, will just emphasize the most powerful stuff, and the entire economy is based around that. You know, everybody, they're not going to go buy these lower powerful weapons when everybody has had access to grind and farm the most powerful weapon drops and armor drops over and over again, where the economy just exists around those things and nothing else. I get it. And they also want to experience areas of the game that aren't typically wandered. Shambhala says you missed something by not being human. These spires glow. Oh, I see the glow. There is a bit of a glow, but not super bright. It's beautiful. And like, that is the human... Look, everybody makes fun of humans. I love humans. Shambhala / Taldio, I love humans. I think humans are fantastic. I love not having good vision in this game. Having to rely on other people. Having to do things in town at night. I love humans with ketchup. You know, taking the night typically to go into cities and to do your business there and do like quests inside the city. You are still just as majestic as we left you. I have to respect the nipple holes. Chainmail. Practical against the devious world. Devious bandit known as Chafage. I don't have good vision in real life, so it's not usually my fave, but I do have this human druid and a human cleric. So, Taldio, I have a question. Why do you have so many clerics? Is it because of, like, the quest lines for the different deities? And, like, experiencing all the different deity stuff? Or is it just because you just like the clerics in general? I have to follow you, because I have no idea where I'm going. Why is clerics so big for you? Because you have a bunch of clerics, don't you? The cleric is like the one class that I kind of sit there and like... I have more clerics than you know about. Is it the god-based thing? Like, Lost Wolf says, I'm glad there's still people playing this. There's so many people, Lost Wolf. You could be playing this. Classic. I bet you are, but... Oops. So fast. It's fantastic. It's such a beautiful game. It is beautiful. Different races can do things. Taldio has a snare necklace. Ooh. I gotta find also the baker, the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. Let's see. When's a Karana sheet? 1. Sheet 2. Gotta make sure that this is what he needs, because I don't want to mess it up. Both pages. Go back to villain and give them both to him. Good, good, good. Okay. And he says, thank you, my friend. I've just completed this composition. It is a work of art. Here, have a copy. I hope you have the musical talent required to play it. If not, practice, practice, practice. Jackson's Jig of Vigor. What does that do? What level is that for? Oh, I can learn it now. It does appear to function and be noticed if starving. A simple jig which refills your group with energy, regenerating their stamina. Okay. I like it. It's a stamina thing. Fun. So we got the song that he made. That's really cool. Each god rewards the clerics with snare or root or fear, but Brel loves his clerics best because their necklace summons beer. Brel Ceralis is a great god. S tier god. S tier god. I think I made him S tier. I have a question. Can we can, oh, there's stuff, oh, there's not stuff down here, but I'm drowning now. Oh no. There, I'm not, okay, I'm not stuck anymore. All right, so there's a baker that is a centaur. It's a little tricky well to get stuck into. There we go. I love all the different temples for all the different gods, all the clerics and stuff like this. Like, I think they're really interesting. I think it's really fascinating to watch, like, for the gnomes, and like Brel Ceralis being like a new god coming in for them, like in their area, and how it's just sweeping the city. Like, everybody's going nuts here. You can't fish here. Boo! I want my wells tainted with fish poop. Alright, so now I have to find a centaur. Let's find the centaur. Let's see. Bread shipment quests. Killathan. We're finding Jalen Meadowgreen. Okay, so he is far east. Alright. Villages say, hold on. I wasn't looking. Yeah, the baker's in the village, yeah. Boom. But, yeah, so, like, there's the thing, is that I talk about... By the way, Modwolf, how's it going? I didn't see you there. Welcome. That's the thing that I always stress for folks, is that, like, an experience... like a necromancer's experience, an erudite necromancer is a very different experience than a human necromancer, which is very different than, lizard person one, Ixar necromancer. They all have these very different, storylines, and the guilds feel very different, and the characters within them. Look at this place, dude. I've never seen this before. This is majestic. Whoop. Gotta run into the walls. Alright, gotta find him. Centaur Shelties, Centaur Archers. There's this dude. Wait, no. Which one is it I'm looking for? I'm looking for... Jarlin. Oh, he's dead. Jarlin, no! Jarlin, no! I needed your bread. No! It says, hi, I'm Shakern Meadowgreen, warrior extraordinaire and master armor of the Meadowgreen family. My brother and I craft armor for the bravest warriors in the land. Think you qualify? I qualify. Prove it to me and I'll smith you armor befalling. How? What armor? I smith helms, gauntlets, boots, and vambraces. My brother Ulan smiths bracers, greaves, pauldrons, and breastplates. Helms? One of my brethren spoke to me of the mystic properties of the fire totems carried by the goblin high shaman in Solus XI. My mighty centaur body will not fit down those twisty goblin passages, so I've not been able to acquire one of my own. As proof of your powers, I ask you to bring me a fire totem and 1 ruby stone. Do so, and I will reward you with a crafted helm. Oh, Kununoni! So those I can't do just yet. Yeah, I can't go into Solus XI. That's not... No, it's not for me. Hi, Centaur Foal. Look at this. Look at this little baby centaur. The baby centaurs grow beards. Look at this baby. Baby centaur. He is so cute. With his full-aged man beard. I have a Dark Elf Cleric on Live, and one on Mischief, and one on Blue and Red, and also on Green, and they're all different people to me. Yes! Talia, that's the thing. I have a good friend, Keeglyph, who is a gigantic fan of No Man's Sky. And they have different, it's still a game where you all have the same characters and abilities, but for them, each person has their own story and their own personality and their own goals and these sorts of things. And it is so great to watch them grow and change and focus on very different facets of the game in the best way imaginable. Why would they kill my poor dude? Let's see. Doesn't tell me when he spawns though. Look how long he spawns. Oh, it's okay. We can go to something else then. We'll go so yeah, let's that's we could, let's see. I mean, I can go hunt bandits until they fill up my inventory. Which I can still do for XP. It's still a decent XP thing. I might do that. Look at that elephant. Those elephants actually look fantastic. Those don't look like vanilla elephants. Unless they do, but that looks too good of an elephant. You look too good. Are you sure you're vanilla? You move so smoothly. We'll get some rest then, Talio. I will go and hunt. I'll go turn in my stuff and go do some quests. Do more quests. I appreciate you coming out and hanging out. Lost Wolf says, if there's one thing I really miss about modern games, particularly RPGs, is the lack of ability to actually roleplay a character. Absolutely. Ooh, who's this? Kelkim Menkia. My loot was mangled by those damnable gnolls. No idea how I'm going to get a new set of strings. They were so rare. Strings? Gnolls? Kelkim Menkia. Let's see. Oh, that's a Bard Epic quest. That's not for me. Everyone's experience of the game is basically the same. Absolutely. And they designed it that way. You know, they want that to be the case. Which is so silly. Have a good night, Taldio. Thank you so much, man. Have a good, get some rest. It's a pleasure. Made from Trakanon's gut. Hesh. It's good to see you. Or lead you there eventually. Interesting. I have to do a Divinity 1 and 2. I have them both. I just got... Oh, whoa. What are those? Dude's killing tree ants? Big meanies? Yeah, big meanies. Killing tree ants? Not okay. I legitimately don't know where I am right now. Best RPG of the previous decade. I believe it. Sakura, I believe it. I really want to do, at some point, a playthrough of that, but Divinity is going to be a long one. A long one. More Starflight tonight, Hash? Yes! Oh, that makes my day. Starflight's so good. One of the things, so like I'm going to probably look, I am very tempted right now to play the new Pokemon game. I got some money for Christmas from my mother-in-law, and I'm sitting here looking at that Pokemon Arceus game, and I'm like, this looks amazing. What's gonna happen is where's the dang bridge? Did I go too far? I don't know where I am. I've never been in South Karana. So what's gonna happen is once I beat, because we're getting really close to beating Shiny the Holy Ark, I want to play a couple super short games, like one stream games. Toem is probably going to be the next one. I keep talking about like, oh, I'm so lost. There are split paw gnolls. Okay, he's fine. Dude, Medic P99, hello. Next Hill, thank you. Welcome to the stream. It's an absolute pleasure. I'm legitimately new to EverQuest in this regard. I've never made a character past level 16. which I did just this year. There it is. So yeah, Sakura, a lot of people are crapping on the Pokemon game for its visuals, which I don't care about. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What am I doing right now? Think I care? Do you think I care about visuals? And there's I care more about immersion. It looks like it is the most immersive out of all the ones. It looks very interesting to me. But I want to play some small games first. After we beat Shiny the Holy Ark, which is a big RPG, probably going to play Toem, which you can beat in 1 or 2 streams. I have one this indie game that is about blinking, which is going to be very emotional. Edgar says, "Dry up the river." Shush. I'm not pulvering the river. I'll pulver you, Edgar. I'll pulver you. So I want to play a couple indie games that are pretty short that I could beat in a night. It is, hold on. I can tell you what it's called. It is something. It's got a dragon in the name, I think. Let's see. This is a great question. I actually don't entirely know what it is called off the top of my head. Let's see. It uses the webcam, and it's about remembering these memories, right? And like reliving this person's experiences, but as you blink, the memories fade and moves on to another memory. And trying to hold on to these things as best we can. Not Dragon Cancer, no. Before I Forget. It's not Before I Forget. Before Your Eyes is what it is. Before Your Eyes. Already forgot. Yeah, Before Your Eyes. That's what it is. So like that. Also, how long is Disco Elysium? I want to beat that too. I was gifted that recently by a dear friend of mine, and I want to know how 30 to 40 hours. Ooh, then that's gonna wait. It's going to wait. It's pretty hefty as well. Really, because like everyone talks up Disco Elysium as being like, it can be very short. You can die in the first room. Worth every minute. I believe this. There's a bunch that I want to play. I have way too many. I need to get Chicory at some point. Chicory is a game that I really, really want to play because I love Wander Song so much. Wander Song is an absolute joy. It was like one of my favorite games because it's so. I've never connected to a main character so much as I have with the Bard. That's how I am as a person, typically. Like, I very much connect and relate to that character, as not just on the way that he behaves, but like also on how the world views him. The Bard. That has been the bulk of my life. Which is a little sad. It's just a little bit. But I very much love that character so much. Definitely, without question, my all-time favorite. Chicory is made by the same guys who made that. So I really want to experience that game. Because I very much love Greg Lobanov's stuff. It's so good. So that's one that's on my list at some point. The list is ever growing. I've been wanting. There's some stuff that is more modern that I want to play. I've been playing a lot of retro, but I've been feeling a lot more modern. And of course, still playing, still playing Infocoms every Saturday. Still playing MMOs every Monday. Yes, Lost Wolf. And Chicory is a game that when you look at it, you're like, oh, this is simple. And every person that I know who has played it is like, oh no, there is so much to this game. It's very creative, and it allows for so much expression and creativity. And that they ended up just being like, this is one of my favorite games. They're like, there's stuff that goes on that will tug on your heartstrings. And I look at it, I'm like, but of course I looked at Wandersong and was like, this looks fun. I love making music and just singing all the time for no reason, even though I can't sing. And then that game hit me in the feels dramatically. I'm gonna kill this rabbit wolf real quick, since we're here. And Chicory does the same. Hit you with the feels. So, yeah, Lost Wolf. Definitely check it out. Absolutely. So yeah, there's some stuff I want to play. But I think I might do Arceus. I might do it. I love Pokemon games, and I've beaten very few. And I made a goal to play through like the series chronologically on stream. We beat the first 2 games a couple years ago. I know Lip is not a big fan of that. Lip's like, you're Pokemans. But this Arceus one looks just, to me, looks like it is right up my alley in every sense. All the little complaints that I have about Pokemon seem to be addressed in this game. Mechanically, presentation-wise, story-wise, these sorts of things are crucial and vital for my level of enjoyment in that type of game. You love way more things than I do. I'm just a grump. Well, I still love you, Lip, no matter what. I love your grumpness. I love your grump. I love your grump, Lip. But that's the thing, also, like, don't you want to catch a Bidoof with me, Lip? Come on. We'll catch Bidoofs together, buddy. Bidoof. You want to see me catch a Bidoof? Oh, I'm an old man. I'm an old man. I'm super tired today. I don't even know why. I had just a really busy day today. Super active. Getting a bunch of stuff done. I've been reading this book for the Literate Pixel podcast. We're reading Doom Knee Deep in the Dead. The book novelization. Bogey, stop saying Bidoof. Why, Edgar? Bidoof. Does it make you uncomfortable? Bidoof. I'm going the wrong way. Bidoof. 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 Ba-doof. It's like borderline ASMR, and it gives me confusing feelings. Oh man. Okay, real talk for a second here, folks. Real talk for a second. So, I resisted the rabies spell, everybody. My wife had a coworker, before she switched jobs, that was going to a fleshy orb, going to get into streaming, and they spent $5,000 on equipment to begin doing that, right? To start streaming. And they really were like, it's easy. You just like, you hit the record button, hit the broadcast button, and you're that's it. You may start making money. No big deal. And my wife was like, no, there's so much more to this. And like, look, I did my research. It's not that hard. And my wife was just like adamant, like, look, my husband does this stuff for fun, and he streams a lot. You don't make money doing this. And they're just like, what? It's like, well, what are you going to stream about? And he was going to do Bitcoin and NFTs. And I was like, okay, well, I don't feel sorry for this guy anymore. I don't feel sorry for him anymore. And so he had he had sold all his equipment. He had returned it all. He had went to, like, and bought like this giant TV and all this stuff. I was like, what? Wait, he's buying a TV for stream? Why is he buying a TV for streaming? And I was like, I don't know. She asked him, and he was like, what does he stream on? I was like, his computer? It's like, how can you play a game on a computer? The screen's so small. And she's like, and I'm also like, what? What is he going to do? Told me this before, but didn't realize there was a crypto angle. There was, and I didn't feel so bad about being silly about it. But then, because you said ASMR earlier, and he had spent money on like a logo, an animated logo, and everything. But it gets wilder. All right? So then decides they're just going to change the logo to add ASMR and a crunch sound to it. And he was just going to dress his wife up in the theme of what his username was. And I'm not going to give that information out because I don't want people to harass him for this stuff, you know? And have her eat food and do ASMR videos. And my wife's like, oh, you can't do that. And I was like, why can't I do that? Like, why? What's wrong with that? People love ASMR videos. And she's like, we thought they were going to stream this too. We really thought they were going to stream this. And so I was like, oh no, this isn't good. This isn't good. They're going to get harassed so badly if they're going to stream ASMR and just her eating food in a costume. No. Come here, lady. All right, me and the bear are gonna double team her. It's a double team, yeah. Me and the bear versus the bandit. You can't know how creepy it really is if we don't know the theme. Their interpretation of what that theme means also was really wrong and off. Like, they didn't quite understand any of this. But, oh, did he kill her? You son of a bear! You killed... The bear killed my prey. And so they did YouTube videos instead. Right? And they did like 6 of them. 7 of them? 8 of them? We watched these. Very uncomfortable. I don't think they realize the nature of ASMR videos. And there was a person who commented on every single one of those of, really great sounds. It sounds real tasty. And then like a week later, the videos are taken down. New ones are put up that don't have her face in them. They aren't ASMR. They're this like power blender thing. I don't entirely know what's going on in them, but they're like guessing a color using a blender and using that as the sounds, I guess. It's very confusing, but all of those videos were taken down, and I don't think he nor his wife truly understood. My wife tried to explain them. There's a sexual connotation to ASMR videos. And he's just like, no, there isn't. It's just people who love sound. She's like, this is a bad idea. This is all a very, very bad idea. Wait, there is? Oh no! Lip, are you making your wife do ASMR videos? Is that what's happening, Lip? I told you, Lip, it wasn't acceptable. So we think that they may have gotten harassed by some guy who sent some lewd messages or something. And we're like, we tried to tell you, like, it's not. You don't just go in being like, yeah, I'll make money. It's like, no, you don't. You don't do that. That's not why you. That's not why you do it. I mean, you do it because you want to share games. I mean, you can do it. You can come in with any reason. You can, right? And there are people who want to make money, and that's fine. They make a living off of it. This is awesome. I'd love to be able to make more money on this. That'd be great. But like, they were really coming from the wrong angle of what the purpose of streaming is. You know, it's like you have to be two things. Boromir meme picture. One does not simply make ASMR videos. You have to either be incredibly good at a game and showing off your skills, right? Or be just engaging verbally, like just talking and be good at talking and talking about stuff and doing things a little differently. I definitely don't fit into the very good at games. We got weird pervy messages from some creep. You mean some creep answered the call? Yeah, exactly. You guys put the message out there. You did. You put the message out there. There's a rabid grizzly. He's mine now. Oh, come on. Come here, grizzly. Okay. It was wild, but yeah, you like, so like, to know like why I stream in general is because I love sharing games with people. I love hearing about games. I love learning about games. There's so much about games that we can learn about. Oh, dude, this bear's kicking my butt. I got rabies. The bear gave me rabies. I love just... One, I love playing games. I'm going to be doing it anyways. Two, I am like a desperately social person. Like, I'm desperately social. I have to talk to people. I have to learn from people. Like, I have to listen to folks. It's the stuff that I love. It's what I eat up. And, like, I don't have, in like, my own personal life, I am in a little island all on my own. I don't have, like, a family, an extended family. That doesn't exist for me. You know? And very, very few friends, and most of them very far away. Long distance now, have moved on to go do other stuff. And we put our roots down here in Michigan. And so all of my friends have gone off to other stuff to pursue their careers and their life's goals and stuff like this. Like my good friend Nick, best friend in the world. And so streaming's just a great outlet. I enjoy strange games. I enjoy unusual games. Why I do MMOs in general is because I play MMOs very differently than a lot of people. And so my MMO experiences... Hold on. How encumbered am I? Not very, but I gotta turn these pelts in and stuff. But my love for MMOs stems from world building and the social aspects of these things and talking to people, being silly and stupid. That's where it boils down to. And so you don't see that very often. A lot of the people who like stream MMOs are people who are veterans just trying to get the gear and just kind of grind it out. And there's nothing wrong with that. But like, for me, I just come from a different perspective than that. And I do for a lot of games. So like how I approach adventure games, so how we've all seen and experienced those, have been a very different approach to that, because I don't like playing alone. I don't like a solitary game experience. And like, it's weird. I don't I wrote that in the zine that just came out. About the power of technology to connect people and create that couch experience. That's, to me, the most important thing in the world. Games are meant to be social for me. They're not cathartic. I don't typically play games to escape. It's not an escapist thing for me. It's far more. Games are more of a way to, instead of escape, it's meant to bring closer. It's supposed to connect. And I appreciate, by the way, Lip and Sakura, the kind words. I really mean it. Somebody recently commented on one of my archive videos of playing a mercenary Lip. I don't know if you saw this. Someone commented on one of my videos for a mercenary, and they were like, when I was a kid, I got a 3DO because of this game. And I played this game so much. And I loved it just dearly. And you helped me relive those childhood moments. Thank you. And I was so teary-eyed. I was so teary-eyed, Lip, from this. Because this person legitimately loved a mercenary. We loved a mercenary when we played it. And they were just happy as could be. Because most of the time when you look at these playthroughs on YouTube and stuff like this, these people do Let's Plays and all that stuff, they're trying to generate, comedy from it. Hey, look at this guy. Hey, why don't you grow some hair? It's really? This is what you're doing for entertainment? This is what you think people want to see? It's why not be a little more honest about it? And you can still have fun and make fun of the silly things that you see in your journeys, but man, a lot of that forced content is just not, it's not for me. It's not for me. Lip says, yeah, I dig it. I think that's why I've jived so much with you, Bogus. I enjoy the content creation side of things from time to time, but I'm into streaming, even though only on the viewer side of things, to hang out with folks, the couch experience. Yeah, Lost Wolf, yep. I'm there for the person experiencing the game in a genuine way. Exactly. It's fun to have stupid things. My character in Shining the Holy Ark's name is Turd. I like naming characters stupid things. Because that's just what I like to do. It's juvenile. But that stuff's not me being I need to generate content. It's, I want to do this because I enjoy it. The Super Baseball Simulator 1000. When we played that, I did that because I freaking loved it. Not because I wanted other people to it wasn't trying to generate content. I was legitimately madly in love with CPU versus CPU. It's becoming a giant thing for me. And Wednesday, we're going to be doing more of that with Ultra Street Fighter 2. The only thing I try to do is generate ways for people to interact with it. I want people to play in that, and engage in that love that I love, the CPU versus CPU, because I think it's really cool and it's exciting. So people do want to engage with that, to wrap things in, to cross promotion streams, to increase user engagement. On Wednesday, 8 p.m. starts the stream. We're going to be doing Ultra Street Fighter 2 CPU versus CPU round robins all throughout the month of February, maybe longer. I don't know. And at 8:30 p.m., the gates open where people can sponsor a fighter. It's free to do that. You just have to use channel points, which are free just from watching. And if that fighter does well in the round robin tournament, I'm giving away prizes. There's stuff that people can get. One, because I want people to be engaged with it, but it's a round robin because one, the tournament will last longer, and it's not just going to be that day, it's going to be every Wednesday for a while. But two, because I want people to have better chances to win. I don't want, people do a lot of single elimination or double elimination, and I'm oh, that's only 2 fights. You know, I want their fighters to have like 15 fights. And also like this Wednesday, Edgar. It's this Wednesday. And so like I want people. So like when I get my emotes and stuff like this, if I don't make them myself, I pay for them, and like I pay for artists. I pay for this stuff, you know, because I think it's worth it to pay people who help you out with things. So if people do, you know, work for the stream and contribute in some way, I like to pay them. And doing this sort of stuff, like giving away prizes and stuff, is my kind of way of paying people to say thank you for hanging out and participating, you know, because I appreciate it. I think it's legitimately awesome that any person thinks I'm worth their time. Because for the longest time, I've been in a world where people did not think I was worth their time. Giving you pelts. Cool. The fleshy orb. What do I do with the fleshy orb? Let me see what the fleshy orb's for. The fleshy orb's for something. I give it to Princess Caloria. Okay. Cool. She gets it. Worth my time. Well, thank you, Sakura. Means the world. This is odd. This could explain the increase in the number of beasts within the land surrounding Kinos. You must take this to Freeport. Here, you must speak with Lorne Tredor. Show him this pellet. You had best gear up for the trip. Freeport's very far away. Here's some gold. Out for yourself at our expense. Alright. Thank you. So what we'll do is we have to turn in a bandit sash real quick. Sell some stuff. Probably work on bandit sashes or find somebody to group with in Karana around our level and see if we can do some group stuff. We'll see what we can do. But Lip, I love you, dude. I need to do a co-op game with you soon. I really do. I miss co-oping with you and like Dwarven Dad and J-Rod and that stuff. I very much enjoy it. I always feel bad too. Like there's definitely moments where I'm like, oh man, I wish I could play with you guys. I want to. But then I'm like, I also really want to play this game. And I really want to like work on this project that I'm working on. Like this stuff that I really need to do. And I have to prioritize that stuff. And it comes at the expense of sometimes just playing with folks. And it stinks. But I do want to. Oh, it's February. We have to play Jones in the Fast Lane this month. I almost forgot. I need to find out how to get that to work. I'm going to put stuff in the Discord then for folks to help me figure out how to get this to work so that we can play some Jones in the Fast Lane together. Because I really want to do that. Really want to play Jones in the Fast Lane. No, I to get it to work for multiplayer, like to play with folks digitally. I can get Jones to work, no problem. But like, I would like to play multiplayer with some folks. I don't know how I could get that to work. We aren't just fair weather friends. I know, Lip, and I appreciate that. It's hard for me to do that sometimes, or to parse that sometimes, Lip. This is no joke. Let's have some real talk right now. It's incredibly hard for me to parse that from time to time because I always feel like I have to always be present in people's minds. Otherwise, they're just going to forget about me. It's just how my brain works. Because I've also lived in grew up in a world where that was very much the case. And so it's hard for me to break that mindset. I always feel like I have to constantly be present in everything. or else I'll be doomed to obscurity. I know that's not the case. Of course I know that's not the case, but it still happens. Still happens. Alright, I don't need the box of muffins. We're not doing the muffins. We gotta deliver this. I keep throwing this robe on me, my person at all time. All the bandages. I know, Edgar, I don't know what to do with it. Like, I don't know what's good for me to buy. I don't buy anything. Sakura's correct. I don't buy anything. I need to at some point go to the tunnels in Wisconsin lands and be like, hi, I fell in the water. I can't get out. Help me. Nastala, help. I'm stuck. I'm gonna go with the aqueducts. Ooh. That's another thing we could do. Let's do a round of bandits. Let's see if there's somebody who's doing anything in Western Karana, and then we might go into the aqueducts and do some quests for some folks that are in need. There's a guard who's looking for his daughter, who's disappeared, and has a bunch of people in Kinos looking for her. She plays around the aqueducts. He hopes nothing has happened, but she's been gone for years. And I'm like, ooh, we could do that. We could go find his daughter. That sounds like a plan. But yeah, so I have a tough time with that. I don't know how to people is the real thing. Like, for the vast majority of like my childhood, I never had friends. I was a very lonely kid. And so like I never knew how to people. So I never know like what do people do for normal friendship relations? Nick is a weird exception because Nick is like my twin. So we both are like, what do we do for normal people relations? And so I struggle with that big time. You may not think it, right? Because I'm like, oh, I'm a very talkative person. I'm very, like typically well thought out in like what I say, very knowledgeable, very accepting and understanding and all that jazz. But I also am like, I don't have a clue of how any of this works. Do people just go, hey, do you want to be my friend? And I'm just like, is that how this works? Because the one time I was like that, they're like, sure. And then they were like, you aren't marketable. And I was like, that's weird. That's weird. That was a strange exchange. So it continues to pervade this. How do you people? How do you people at all? How does anyone people? I learned that we all don't know how to people. And we're all just trying our best. Right, Bob? Yeah, that's about right. Let's see. Who's in here? Boss Hog from Castle. He's probably waiting to get some stuff. To people or not to people? That. Oh, cow. That is the ultimate question. It's good to see you. How are you? What have you been up to? It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. No one knows how to people, but that is the way of things. We always try to. We act like we know how to people, right? That's the real thing. Peopling is hard. I don't think anybody knows how to people. I think we all like to act like we know how to people. And then I'm starting to learn and I'm starting to think that maybe I do know how to people. It's just that there's a lot of other people who don't know how to people. And they do what they think is peopling, but it's just weird and disingenuous. It's like they're trying too hard to people. Sakura, lots of people are worth your time. Don't say that. You're worth my time. You're going to totally kick butt at the Fantasy Games League. Except for Babylon's Fall. I'm sorry. I will stop talking about Babylon's Fall and that pick. I'm sorry. It's just a... Whew. Although I am super glad it could fail. Anything can. They could have taken the feedback and fixed a lot too. Because like we don't typically get to see early versions of their games. We don't typically get to play them early and give like feedback. And so my guess is this could just be how they make games. Leb says, well, and I think peopling is a really broad set of skills and activities. I'll take that shield, thank you. Why can't I take that, though? Oh, there we go. Wonder if Gardassin is a bad guy. I got myself a Kino's kite shield. That's helpful. Look at me now. Some folks may have aptitude in some areas, but struggle in others. I don't get the, you know, the front, what do they call it? They used to call it like, the front stage, backstage or something like that. Of how we socialize. I don't have a front stage. I legitimately just kind of do what I do. And for some people, that is considered very intimidating. It's what I'm told, at least. Killing bandits, 1, 2, 3. Got to be on the ball. I need to make my macros. I don't do them. I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy at them. I don't want to. I'd rather do other things than make macros. But it would be helpful to just have my slot 8, 7, and 6 in a rotation. It'd be so helpful. A large bag, I'll take it. But yeah, I think that a lot of people put on a facade, and I'm like, they don't listen. They like to talk about themselves the entire time. It's weird. On a completely unrelated note, I'm playing my first Paper Mario game. I think you totally dig it too, Bogus, but it seems like it would be a long one to stream. That bandit was absolutely wearing space pants, Edgar. 100%. Which one? Thousand Year Door? Or Paper Mario 64 Lip? Which one? Paper Mario games are good. Or Super Paper Mario? Origami King? Origami King is supposed to be really good. I really want to do, at some point, Thousand Year Door. That's a big one on my list. But Super Paper Mario does not get the love it deserves. It's legit fantastic. And it's on the Wii. And it's so much fun. It's so well designed. And it's just, it is so freaking good. But it's not Thousand Year Door, so no one cares. And it's so strange that people get that way. You know, or it's not Mario RPG, so no one cares. But Super Paper Mario is so crazy good. I highly recommend it. It's fantastic. But Origami King I really want to check out too. That one looks like a lot of fun. I'm like looking at my list of games to beat this year. And I have so many RPGs. Not to mention like tackling Infocom games and doing MMOs. And I'm like, how am I going to get through this stuff this year? They're really charming, Lip. They're really great. The Paper Mario games and the Mario and Luigi games, I used to be kind of like poo-poo about the Mario and Luigi games because I'm like, oh, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's Game Boy Advance. Huh. Like, young me, stupid me. I learned better, of course. And I played, because I got a 3DS, and it came with Dream Team. Mario and Luigi Dream Team. And it was so good. It was so good. Like, I powered through that game. The 3DS one didn't hook you at all. The Sticker Star is the Wii U one, Edgar, right? I gotta check out the Wii U one and see how that was. They should. That's another one that needs to come to Switch at some point. Man, I need to fire up some Wii U games at some point too. Like, I have Wonderful 101 that I never really got far in. I was like, I need to get through that at some point. I have so many games. Oh, why do I have so many games? What is wrong with me? What is legitimately wrong with me? Sticker Star was on 3DS as well. Oh, it's, no, the Wii U one was Color Splash. That's what that was. The Wii U one was Color Splash. Correct, Sakura, yes. Platinum Games Wonderful 101, yes. Platinum Games make brilliant games. Okami. Great choice. Here's the thing. Sakura's just, you are so, I hear you, Sakura. I hear you. I enjoyed Okami. I played it. I didn't beat it. Because the game overextends its welcome dramatically. Dramatically. I can't spoil it. But I enjoyed the game, and then it got to a point where I was like, "Great, I beat the game." And it's like, "Oh no, you're halfway done." And I'm like, "But I beat the game." It's like, "No, you're not even halfway done." I'm not. Okay, game. Come is good, but there's definitely a point that I just thought was the end, and it just kept going. Yes, Lip. For me, that's like I'm done. Like I don't want to play anymore, and I feel bad. I was just like, I tried to power through it, and like, okay, well, it's gonna just get better and better, right? That was really fun. Yes, oh my gosh, yes. Thank you. I'm not crazy. Because everybody loves that game. They deify it. And I'm like, it's not bad mechanically, right? But I also feel like mechanically, the game becomes stagnant after that point. It doesn't do anything else. So I'm also like, well, why am I still playing this game? It's not... I had a hard time with it. I feel bad. I'm not going to revisit it. I wonder how Okami Den is on the DS. I'm very curious, actually. We need another one, right? Another Okami game. Because I think that I don't think the game is bad by any stretch of the imagination. I just feel that its pacing and such really killed the game for me. Paper Jam. Oh, yeah, the two together. Yeah, Paper Jam was Mario and Luigi and the Paper Mario together. That's right, Paper Jam. Yeah, that's how I ended up treating Okami was very much, okay, I did what I needed to do. I'm good. I'm good now. We're fine. Can I wear this? I can. What do I have on my wrists right now? 3? That's 5. Okay. Yeah. I'm better at the races of battle. The stats are what I need more than anything. Let me heal. But yeah, I feel bad about not digging it. There's a few games that legitimately I feel bad for not liking, because a lot of people are very much like, that game's perfect for you. It's like, I'm sorry. Like, I really do feel bad. I do have 2 wrists. Do I have 2 wrists? Oh my god, Edgar. Edgar, what's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? I have 2 wrists? What? Do I have 2 wrists? Songnesty, do you have 2 wrists? Yeah, you have 2 wrists, man. Didn't know I had 2 wrists. Nobody told me. Oh my gosh. Thank you. There is a druid currently in the zone that is in tree form or some kind of form. They're in a form of some sort. Because when it says unknown race, Genwadar, it means they're in a form. Like, I know that happens when you're a tree or when you're using minor illusion. It says unknown race. You saved my life, Edgar. That's what I'm trying to say. You saved my life, my friend. You've increased my AC dramatically. Oh, jeez. I opened up a bunch of windows. Can't close them. Ah! But another game that I just didn't... I've tried to click for so long. And it's weird. Because, like, there's games that I've tried to click and they don't click at all. And then one year they do. Metal Gear Solid. For the longest time, I was like, I suck at this game. I love stealth games. I love, Splinter Cell and Thief and all these games with stealth as a major focus. But Metal Gear Solid, I can't play this game. I'm terrible at it. I die right away. This is miserable. And then one year, I try again. And it was magical. I did fantastic. Oh, I loved it. I had no problems. I never got stuck at any point. And I just breezed through the game. And it was the best experience. And for some reason, every other time I've tried to play, every other time previously I tried to play it, just didn't click. I went to try Metal Gear Solid 2, and I'm like, no, this is terrible. I hate this. But I'm sure that if I try again at some point, I'm going to love it. I'm sure at some point I'll try it again, and I'm going to love it. You know? So, like, what is that all about? But the one that, like, I've tried a million times, and it doesn't click. It's Super Metroid. I've tried to like Super Metroid. I've tried. And it just hasn't worked for me. At some point, I have to make, like, a thing where y'all force me to play Super Metroid. So that I can figure it out. Because everyone's like, it's got mystery, loneliness, this, sense of seclusion, and all these great things that you love. I clean up after my corpses. I'm also going to drink this booze. Whee! So yeah, why can't you love that game? And I'm like, it doesn't click. It doesn't click. It doesn't even remotely click. I struggle in trying to understand where I am. Having to refer to the map is clunky and difficult to do. It's a pain in the butt to do. It's tedious. And I was just like, I can't get into this. And it's weird because, like, I feel nostalgia has become less and less and less for me. So much less of a factor for me. Because there's a lot of times that I, even like this, I grew up on, you know, like the Sega Genesis and stuff like this, right? And a lot of those games I love. But nowadays, I'm just like, I'm not going to play them again. I wouldn't enjoy them as much. Because I need something else. I'm looking for something else in games now. And I need something different and weird. Like, there's a Genesis game I'm definitely going to be playing sometime maybe even this year, if we actually get through 1,000,000 of the RPGs that I have. Rings of Power on the Genesis, because it's a weird game. I need something different. I need something that has a different approach or appeal that draws me in. I don't want to just play the same old games anymore. You know, a Mercenary. We played a Mercenary in the 3DO. That's an old game. But that's an old game that really does things differently. And was just a wild game conceptually. It was so great. Definitely a highlight of my streaming career. Like, something that I really loved playing that game. And it lived up to that hype of young me looking at this game in magazines, being like, what is this? I want to play this. Oh, it's on 3DO. I don't have that. I guess I can never play it, you know? And then finally getting to and finding out that it's a very flawed game, but it does some things so different that we don't even do now that I feel like we could, and make some really beautiful and imaginative games with. These things that were so distinctly unique to itself. And that was why a Mercenary was so great. It's because it was so distinctly unique to itself. That's the sort of stuff that I look for. That's the stuff that I need. And I have these cravings for, you know, kind of the typical tropes of stuff like dungeon crawling games, like we're playing Shiny the Holy Ark, you know. That's a pretty typical dungeon crawl JRPG game. But I need to rest. I don't want to push it. I'm going to push it, I'm going to die. Oops, I need to use my song. But, I just crave different. I crave new experiences. Oh, the brown bear's attacking me. Excuse me, brown bear? What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? What, you think you're going to get me? Just because I was sitting. You thought I was an easy target? Like cows. Everyone thinks that cows are herbivores. Like, I watched them eat chickens. Because they were available. Did I look available to you? Is that what it was? I'm not. I'm taken, thank you, Mr. Bear. I have a wife. Thank you. So anyways, rant over. I'm very, like, it's so weird too, because it's fickle. There's no rhyme or reason to that stuff. Like, it's purely mood for me. I'm not in the mood for that, you know? And, like, it's very rare for me to be in the mood to play some games that I play. Like, Shining the Holy Ark is a game that I don't typically seek out, but there are these moments in time where I crave a dungeon crawl. I just want a dungeon crawl. And it's a weird feeling. Because, like, a dungeon crawl desire isn't typical, but it isn't indicative of something. If you see me play a game where I just want to grind and I don't say anything, I'm just grinding. If I'm playing a super grindy JRPG, like, you know I'm depressed. You know I'm depressed. Because I'm not talking. I'm just going. That. Jeez, stop this. Ring of Shadows. Cool. It's a burnishing. Interesting. There's only 3 people here right now. Jeez, there's nobody in West Corona. It's a slow day out here. There's typically lots of folks hanging out here. That is surprising. I need to get a magic weapon at some point, because I can't fight certain enemy types because I don't have a magic weapon. Well, look, I'm almost to 16. When you turn all this stuff in and everything like that, we'll get real close. Hey, Edgar, it's a pleasure, my friend. Have a wonderful night. You are the majestic specimen. Come on now. Thank you so much for hanging out, Edgar. I appreciate it immensely. Yeah, today's a weird day for me. Because, like, typically when I get really excited about stuff, there's always this kind of come down. So, like, I'm in that come down stage right now. Because I was so excited by the zine coming out. Like, I was blindsided by that, and I was so excited. And I'm still, like, super stoked about it. Like, I love it to death. But there's very much this, like, I'm exhausted now that has happened. We can all be majestic specimens. Exactly. Let's all get our specimens together and be majestic. It's weird. And, like, you know, Wednesday, this last Wednesday, we did the Fantasy Draft League. And then, like, the come down from that. This was very, like, oh, this is great. I'm loving this. This is so much fun. I'm so excited and so happy. And then afterwards, I'm like, I'm just tired. There's no shortage of majesty. So majestic. I just need a shirt that has an ogre on it and the words "so majestic," because that is legitimately the best thing ever. Good night, Edgar. Bye. I don't think a lot of people realize that stuff sometimes. Emotionally, like, you can be on top of the world and feel, like, really excited, and then afterwards feel just kind of down. It's because you're just exhausted. You had that big emotional high, and now you have to wind down. It's a natural thing, but a lot of people don't realize that stuff. It's always important to, you know? Important to recognize those moments where you're just like, I'm just feeling a little down. Tonight is psychology and being incredibly open with me today. Oh, man. Wednesday can't come enough. Can't come quickly enough. You know what I mean. I'm so excited. You don't understand, like, I've been sitting and oh, my one thing's gave me the buff. I've been sitting and simulating Ultra Street Fighter 2 fights. And I found this really weird. I don't know why people were so outraged about Ultra Street Fighter 2 when it came out on the Switch. They're like, you're charging $40 for this game. Why? It's just Street Fighter 2. And, like, I look at this game and I play it in the, like, the pixel mode, not in the HD, you know, sprite mode. And the game looks fantastic. Like, they did not rehash the sprites. They made new sprites, new pixel art for this game. And the characters have new moves. There are new mechanics. They have throw techs in this. And they have, like, moves that are from the later Street Fighter games. And I was like, this is a full-fledged Street Fighter 2, like, version, you know? Like how Super Street Fighter 2 was compared to normal Street Fighter 2. They add so much more to it. And I'm like, this is a full-fledged game, I feel like this is one, and I wish it was on other platforms. It's only on the Switch. I wish that was on other platforms because I think that people would really dig playing that game more. There's so much to it. And it just doesn't, and I feel bad. Like, it doesn't work with the Switch controllers. The Switch controllers do not help this thing one bit. Because I was a firm advocate of being like, I love the D-pad on the Switch. I actually like it because I used to play games on a keyboard. So it's like, it's no different than that. D-pads are overrated. Blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, I can't do a fireball. I could easily do a fireball, right? On that, I couldn't do a fireball. And it's like, oh boy. Yeah. No, everybody's right. It's just not meant to be on the Switch. You have to get a Pro Controller, or you have to get it on something else that has better controls. It doesn't work so well. And you're not going to use the thumbstick. That's, like, blasphemous. That is blasphemous. For a 2D fighter to use a thumbstick? So yeah, I'm so excited. Like, I really hope that people come in and show up for that. It would break my heart if nobody was interested in that. That's a thing that, like, I do. I love some of the dumbest things that, like, nobody understands. And I'm like, this is really good. And people are like, I don't get it. I'm like, but it's really good. I'm going to try to snag Vega, that's for sure. The rain came out. I bless the rains of the Karanas. You're going to get Vega. Vega plays. That's all I'm going to say. There is a lot. They have personality, which was something I did not expect. Right? So, like, if I mentioned this, like, if you put the enemies on the highest difficulty, they just spam specials, and it's not interesting or fun. But you put it on normal, they have a personality, and it's so interesting. It's so interesting to watch them play because they do certain things. And it's so distinctly them. It's not necessarily in tune with what the character would do, you know? It's just in tune with, like, just this weird personality. Vega does some things where I'm like, this is awesome. Vega's who I play in Street Fighter. I tend to choose oddly flamboyant characters in fighting games, regardless of how they fall in the combat tiers. Absolutely. I mean, I love me some good old fashioned my God, why can't I think of his name right now? Dan Hibiki, man. Oh, dude, sign me up for Dan Hibiki. He's fantastic. I don't know why people think he's terrible. Dan is awesome. He's God tier. I really don't want to die to this bandit. I hate these casting bandits so much. Please don't kill me, casting bandit. Good, run away. Put on some pants, too. Jesus, do you think that's covering anything? My God. Your comments will avenge your death. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm sorry. I had to go stand by the guards. Vega's fun. Vega's super fun. He is very much always considered low tier in the end. But, like, there are some folks I know who played Vega competitively and were so great at it. It was so much fun to watch. Zack and Dead or Alive, yes. Tell me you were doing the weird alien costume for Zack and Dead or Alive, please. Please tell me. You had the weird silver translucent deedly bobber on his head, Zack and Dead or Alive. Please. It's the best costume. One of the best. Yes, the anglerfish bobble. Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Dude, that is... Chef's kiss. That is chef's kiss. Right there. I'm lost. Where's the guards? They're this way. I love that stuff. Because, see, that's the thing, is that, like... And I've found this to be the case in all fighting games. There's no such thing as a low tier. There is such a thing as a popular character that more people spend their time playing, and thus they develop more and more advanced and efficient tech for those characters. That's how this works. You know, there's not... There are some people that have some like flaws in comparison for certain aspects of them, right? But in reality, they do other really interesting tech. It's funny because like the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 people, you know, they're playing Marvel vs. Capcom now very differently, where they do this thing where characters have ranking, like a numbered ranking, a value, and you have to pick your teams now with only a set number of value. You can only make it be like a value of 5, you know, but there are characters that are values of 3 and 2 and 1. And you have to build them in a way where you have to use some low tier characters to fill in those roles and play very differently. And so now they're finding like some of these low tier characters aren't low tier at all. They're really fantastic. They do some really crazy things, because now all of these pros who have dedicated their life to playing this game have decided to move out of their comfort zone and start to play the game very differently and discover amazing things about these characters that nobody played. And so I feel that way about a lot of stuff. Like, I enjoy, when I play fighting games, playing a character that I want to play. And typically that's very silly or strange characters, and stuff that feels natural for me. So like, I love Blanca to death, but I'm not going to play as Blanca. I don't enjoy charge characters. That kind of motion and rhythm doesn't work well for me. So I enjoy my Shotos. I like Dan Hibiki. He feels good to play Dan. Like in the alpha games. Love him. And I also very much love like Sakura in Alpha series. I really enjoy the Alpha series in general. Rolento was a really strange one that I really learned to love. In Ultra Street Fighter 4, I got really into Rolento. I really dug him as a character. Because there's just these weird cast of characters involved with him. He has like a troupe of people, and I find them very entertaining and interesting. And so like, yeah, I glamp on to strange reasons as to why I want to play those characters, because they're just fun. It's just fun. But yeah, I plan on doing more of those tournaments too. If people really enjoy them, if people want to see them, I'll do more. I still will probably do them from time to time, just not as much. But I want it to be like a regular thing. Because essentially, every time I get a payout on Twitch, it's going to go back into that stuff. Like, prizes for that. And doing prizes that would be stuff they're going to, not just like, oh, hey, you got a game. Or, hey, you won this t-shirt. Like, it would be, you won this stuff that this other person I know made, you know, the Renaissance paintings. I know like a person who knits really awesome video game stuff that is actually really, really talented, like that sort of stuff. Like I would, commission them, because I think that those people deserve to be rewarded for their work and should be supported for their work, because they do great jobs. A Keycliff music box. Does she do those lip? She has never told me that she, like, I know she plays the music box and stuff, but if she does, then yes. I should know this. I should know this. I hate when it rains. I can't see. I get so lost. Oh, yes. She loves, yes, the music and stuff. She does she just prints those off and then, and plays them. I love that stuff so much. I am legitimately like, where the hell am I right now? Where's the farm? There it is. The fog gets to me. I'm like, I can't see anything. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, we're going to get to level 16 before the end of the stream. We're also going to do a thing where we're going to rate the faces. We have, I have set up tonight, later tonight, we're going to rate human faces of Everquest. All of them. All the human faces. All right, bandits. Come here, buddy. It's time. We're almost done with bandits and ready to move on to other game, but I don't know. I don't know who's going to play with me. You know, where I'm going to go. If there will be people there. Because, like, I like to go to strange places. But yeah, that's the kind of prizes you'll expect from me mostly, typically. Other stuff like the trophy and stuff like this, like for Fantasy Games League and stuff like that, that'll comes out of my pocket. I don't have, so like, here's the thing. Like my wife and I, we live on a very tight budget where she's one income, we live on one income. And so we tightly budget our stuff like dramatically. We have a little bit of money left for luxury money, and I typically save that stuff up. I save all that money up so that I can do stuff like this for fun. Because I think it's cool. Like, making the... Speaking of which, if Mod Wolf's around, I have to message him. Because he won the haiku book. Because nobody wanted the haiku book. Haiku book, yeah. Like that. I love that. It's so great. It's the best. It's a thing I genuinely love doing. It's stupid stuff. Like, I feel like a kid again. I need to find somebody who can sing, because I need to pay them to sing some ditties for Interactive Story Saturday with Nick and MMO Mondays. Bandits. Oh, bandit, I'm going to make you sad. Oh, crap. Oh, wait, never mind. We're just all going to have to fight. Nig, he loves to sing. He's like me. We love to sing. But he's also very much like self-conscious about singing, which is funny. Oddly enough. I have a bunch of recordings of Nick singing before he left. When he stayed here for a while. Of like shanties and such. And typical Nick songs that he would just sing ad nauseum all of the time. Because one day I'm going to play Metal Gear Solid 5 on stream. And you can put custom music and tracks into certain things. And like I have recordings of Nick doing Nick facts before he left. Because there's a thing you can do in Metal Gear Solid 5 where you can have... Because I played Metal Gear Solid 5 and I beat it on PlayStation 4. But I really, really enjoyed it. And I'd love to play it again on the stream. I really, really liked it a lot. And you can have the dog have a tape recorder like kind of attached to it and do distractions for guards, and they would be the Nick facts of Nick just prattling on endlessly about facts and guards being like, huh? What? And his singing being like the sound that plays when the helicopter comes to pick you up. That's perfect for me because I love it. I love that about Nick. He's very subconscious about it though. He's very much like, it's not perfect. I'm like, it doesn't need to be perfect, Nick. I need it to be distinctly you. These are things that I tell him endlessly. Nick's like, it's not perfect. It's like, no, Nick, I need you to be you. You do so great being you that I love so much. You don't have to put on a show. You just gotta be Nick. More booze. Man, it's only 10:41. I feel like I've been streaming all day. It's been a weird temporal day for me. Like, time is just so strange. I feel like it's been the longest day of my life. I've gotten so much done. I did so much work today and got like a whole lot of reading down. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing virtually a tabletop RPG with Mike Clam on stream here. We're going to play some of that tomorrow. Not on stream, but just on our own lonesome. Haven't done that in a long time. Haven't just played a game for the sake of playing games. And I've got to read so much. I have still like 160 pages left of Doom to read by Thursday. I got a lot to read still. That book, by the way, Knee Deep in the Dead, the novelization of Doom, the game Doom, is ridiculous. The author of it is a guy who changed his name. It's a Welsh name. He changed it to that. He has Welsh heritage. And there's like one picture of him on the internet, and he's a gigantic Ronald Reagan fan. So that is very telling of his personality. Lost Wolf, don't say that about the Dig book. Don't say that about the Dig book. It's not bad/hilarious. No, Lost Wolf, don't say it's not so. Tell me you're joking. The Dig book, when I was a kid, I read that book. I asked my parents for that for Christmas. Well, I mean, I guess if it's all ends with an exclamation point, it is very telling of me as a person, because I end every sentence with an exclamation point when I type. I asked for it for Christmas because I couldn't beat the game, and we didn't have access to the internet at that time, so I couldn't get a guide for it or anything like that. I remember there was one game I pleaded with my parents to buy a guide for. Another tangent here. And that was Return to Zork. We bought... Actually, we didn't buy. I lie. My parents took me. In the Dig? Everywhere. I couldn't get very far in the Dig, even remotely Lost Wolf. There was the turtle puzzle. Like, I didn't understand the game at all. But I was in love with its atmosphere, its music, its visuals, and so I asked for the book for the Dig. They got it for me for Christmas, and I read it in like 2 sittings. I mean, I was like, what, 12 years old at the time? But no, there was an instance where my parents didn't want to buy me a guidebook for a game. because they were very annoyed at that concept. They were like, look, you're going to use it for one thing. You know, we want these games to have longevity. We're not gonna give you a guidebook to a game, and I wanted it for Return to Zork so bad. Our family in general all kind of played Return to Zork together, and we all really loved it. We got stuck on something. I got stuck on something. So I wanted the guidebook, and my parents took me to a bookstore that had the guide for it, and they told me to read where I got stuck, to the point where I got stuck, and find out what I needed to do. My parents are very honest people. They're very law-abiding people. And young me saw this and was like, who are you? Yeah. So I went into a bookstore and read a guidebook to Return to Zork to find the answer to a puzzle and leave it on the shelf and go. It was quite great. We got the answer. It was near the very end, too. Like, we were really stuck at the end. Certain stuff like the Booze Miller puzzle was one that got our family stuck for a really long time and made "Want Some Rye? Course You Do" like a staple in our household for forever. But we all finally figured that out. It took us some time, but we did. It was great. We loved it tremendously. Who's up there? The Dig is a game that I think everyone should play twice. I'm going to play it. I think I'm going to play it again sometime soon, Lost Wolf, to be honest. Because I really want to beat it. Play it when you're young and go, oh my god, the graphics and atmosphere. Then you play it when you're older. All those themes the game is discussing hit super hard. Yeah, I want to play it again and actually beat it this time. Oh, y'all are too tricky up here. Oh, hey. Hi there, tree. There's a tree. You are looking tall and majestic. Enjoying the rain, I am guessing. Oh, Lip, you don't know about the Dig? Steven Spielberg had handed it. Thank you. I've been here hundreds of years. Always. Need any help staying rooted to the ground? I hear these bandits like to chop down trees. Yeah, computer games, yes. Also, but I don't typically believe in guides in general either. I really do feel the need to really think it out and try to get into the headspace of a developer. Sure, I won't be here that long though. Well. You know you did. I will be honest though. I'm not a good bard. Bandit. Bandit's blue now. Woo! I'm a tree, so any music is good to me. I don't get much. So the song. Sings a battle song of the mighty tree ants destroying a logging company. Plus, I can't hit them sometimes because they're out of my reach. That's where I come in. But your branches are so long. I am surprised. Yep. I can't hit them sometimes because they're out of my reach. But your branches, they're so long. I love that you're using tree form. They were. Remember we had said there's a level 16 druid in some form of some type. And they're in tree form, which makes my day. Okay, well, bandit. But yeah, like I always talk about adventure games in general. We like to kind of force a game to fit our personal styles. And we don't sometimes try to understand what the developers are wanting to do or wanting for us to do. And so we always like, especially with adventure games, we're just like, I just want to continue the story. You don't care about the puzzles. Let's look at a guide. But sometimes there's just a lot of nuance and amazing facets of puzzles. Especially like, I mean, playing these text adventure games that we do on Saturday has really kind of shown that. There's a lot of fun to be had in these puzzles because, especially with text adventures, part of the fun is understanding how to use the parser. The parser is part of the journey. You know, point and click adventure games and having graphics are really well and good, but having text is really interesting. It's really fun to do. And so like, I don't enjoy limiting myself by referring to guides unless I sometimes what I'll do for guides in general is find ones that do contextual, right? That they add context. Because I think that that's far more important, is understanding the puzzle instead of just being able to do it. That's incredibly rare though. And so like, when I was a kid, want the bag? I can't get that bandit. Oh. I'm good. You want the sausage? I do, but not if you're after them too. I'll be just fine. By all means, they are yours. Oh, that bandit? Sure. Come here, bandit. I hate the spellcasting bandits. I don't know what I was talking about earlier. I've completely lost track of things. I'm like, oh yeah, we're hunting. I forget I'm playing this game. This is such a great decompression game for me. It's so nice to be able to decompress. You're talking about guides and parsers, and when guides have context, yes. I really don't mind folks using guides. What I care far more is that the player understands the puzzle. You know? I understand so much more if they understand the intricacies, the whys behind the puzzle, why it is built the way that it is. That stuff to me is far more important. And so, like, I don't like looking at a guide that just tells you the answer. Like, I need to understand that answer. And that instance of understanding really happened to me back in the day in Riven. Riven was a game that, when I understood the context of it, and the puzzles behind it, I truly understood that it was a masterpiece then and there. Like, that's what made it a masterpiece. Because those puzzles in Riven are legitimately some of the most intelligent and well-designed puzzles, and how they built that world, and how they built the rules of that world, and how they play by those rules. It's so good. It's so good. Hi, Bandit. Yeah, come blow me away. Oh, Lost World. Absolutely. Hello. I don't know if you know this, Lost Wolf, and I've kind of briefly mentioned it, but I do a podcast where we talk about books based off of video games. And we just started our second season of them. Just a couple weeks ago, we aired an episode that was on the Book of Vigor, where we talk about it and review it. And it's fantastic. Here's the thing that I will say, though, about the books of Denis and the trilogy of books that I think is really interesting. My favorite of those books is easily, or of the games, sorry, is easily Uru or Mist Online, right? Those books are far more about Uru than they are about the other Mists. They give you like Book of Vigor is kind of a prequel to Riven, right? But there's a lot of information in the world building of the Book of Vigor, as well as artwork that is concept art that's for Mist Online, that is really built specifically for what they were trying to make for that. So, like, you look at something like I don't know if you have you ever played Mist Online? Out of curiosity, one of my all-time favorite games. What I say is ultimately my all-time favorite game. Is that I never played it. I was just aware of it. Oh my gosh, Model, Lost Wolf, you have to at some point. It's really, really good. So one of the things that's so great about them is that they, after they made Riven, they're attempting to build Mist Online. So after 1996, right, when Riven came out, it was 96, 97, they wanted to make an MMO, a massively multiplayer online adventure game. And they spent all of their time making Mist Online. And the books tie into so much. So, like, one of the major story lines of Mist Online is it's set in the real world, right? And Denis is a place in the world. And the Denis Restoration Council's a group of people that are trying to, like, restore the city that's been destroyed and everything. And they had a website for that organization. And one of the things that they did was have a roadmap of all the ages and projects that they're working on in the pipeline for people to be able to play and experience. And, like, one of the things is like in the city of Denis that you can explore. Why can't I attack this bandit? There. Is like an aquarium. And in the Book of Atris, the aquarium is very much meant to be like a viewing of the fauna, or the flora of the fauna of the lake that's in the center of the city. All the creatures and things that exist there, but like you see them in the Book of Atris, they talk about them and such, and there's places that they go. The home that Atris is in Denis is, we've been there. It's where his like little prison that he is in is at the end of Mist. That's where you see him. And but the mansion has a story, has a history, but it's also a place that you can actively visit in Mist Online and explore. It's also in Mist 5 as well, Mist End of Ages. And they do that stuff. It's such a major setup for this. They really wanted to put all of their efforts into building this world and make it be a persistent, massive experience. How's it going, Knight Rider? It's good to see you, my friend. Welcome. How are you? Those poor bandits? I mean, come on now. They're fighting against Karana the Rainkeeper. These poor farmers that work tirelessly. So Lost Wolf, like, Mist Online's free. It still is an active community, and they recently are starting to upload fan-made ages and creations to the game and for people to experience. It's really good. It's worth visiting. It did so many things that were so unique. I mean, at the time that it came out, it had voice chat is spatial. So if people are to the left of you, it's on the left speaker. They're farther away, they're quieter. They have echo effects if they're in a cavern or, some place that is echoey. Sound in the world can drown out voices when people use voice chat, so you can't hear them because those things are so loud. And so things like sound design is monumental in the game. And there's just an amazing community of people, and it's such a meticulously crafted game, and so beautiful and so special. Oh. Come here, dude. Come here. You bandit. There we go. There's nothing like it. I'm doing great, Knight Rider. I'm glad you're doing well as well. But yeah, Mist Online, there's nothing like it. It is Tolkien-esque levels of detail in the world building and design. You can learn the language, and there are people that actively are learning the language, and there's so much to it. It's not just a simple thing that they really took a linguist and built this thing from the ground up. Yeah, and Lost Wolf, I would say this is how I feel about the series in general, and it is without question my all-time favorite video game series. Mist 1, Riven, Mist Online / Uru the Complete Chronicles, and Mist 5 are all you need to play. You do not need to play 3 and 4. They're made by Presto Studios. They made the Buried in Time series. Fine games and all. They're not bad, but they're not the same. They aren't the same. And a lot of people will talk about how they love those games, but like in Mist 3 and Mist 4, it's all about Cirrus and Achenar. It's about the sons of Atris. Odd Gentleman's King's Quest, when I eventually get there. I will say this. I will say this, Lost Wolf. You don't need to worry. You don't need to worry. It's different, but it is very different, but it's of the spirit. Although I don't think that the King's Quest games outside of 3 and 6 are necessarily very, very good, they have a very unique style that's very King's Quest. And I feel like they still keep to that. They still keep to it. They're still very true to it. 4 is a great design. I don't know. It's not for me. It's not for me. I grew up with 4. 4 was like my first King's Quest game. Well, hold on, no. I think King's Quest 2 was my first King's Quest game on my Apple II GS, and I had King's Quest 4 as well. I feel like some of the... I love the atmosphere. I love the style. I love the fairy tale like nature of it and its presentation, and like the bad guy in it. It's really great. But like some of the puzzles were just kind of like... Some of them are really bad. The bridle, and like the little island, like easy to miss stuff. I don't typically enjoy that stuff. I would say that how I would rank the games would probably be for me personally. And again, I'm not trying to say you're wrong for liking King's Quest 4. That's not how I work. My rankings would be probably King's Quest 6, King's Quest 3, King's Quest 4, King's Quest 2, King's Quest 7, King's Quest 1. I really don't like King's Quest 5. I really despise King's Quest 5. It's the least I could do. Being a wood elf. You know how much I love trees. They play loud music when we're trying to root. It's the least I could do. Being a wood elf, you know how much I love trees. I can sing a song about... Ooh. Bursts into song. Hold on. Oh, there once was a mighty silver leaf that rose amongst the crags of rocky mountain terrain. This tree grew growth. We did brag. Its mighty bark and leafage was nary to be seen in areas much like it. It caused quite the scene. Oh, there once was a mighty silver leaf that rose amongst the crags of rocky mountain terrain. This tree growth we did brag. Its mighty bark and leafage was wary not been seen. In areas much like it, it caused quite the scene. I try and click the fish on the barrel game. Okay, red X, but what does that mean? Oh, hold on. The switch to point and click was a little jarring. Yes. Did you really just type all that through a brigand? Yes, I did. She kicked my roots. Did you really type all that through a brigand? I absolutely typed that through a brigand. I think just that with King's Quest 5, and why for me it was just not so great, is that there's so many dead ends. There's so many random puzzles and like stuff that just doesn't make any sense. The Yeti pie puzzle is far worse than the Gabriel Knight 3 cat mustache puzzle. You know? I enjoyed that silly cat and mouse. Yes. I think that 4 has merit. I think it's because, like, so I love 6 and 3 a lot because I feel like they do something really different and they're very distinct. Like, they stand out compared to the other King's Quest games. Of, like, the traditional King's Quest style of, like, 1, 2, 4, 5. Like, those are very, very traditional King's Quest style games. 4 is the best. It absolutely is. You didn't say the mouse when you're dead. You're dead for a really arbitrary reason. It doesn't make any sense. Whee! I told the brigand she smelled like a werewolf in heat. Did you ever play did you play King's Quest 4 on DOS, I'm guessing? I like the spellcasting in 3, yes. I like the open worldness of 6 until it gets narrow and linear in that second half. Yeah. Oh yeah. 88 when it came out. Nice. Close your eyes. I see nothing. I had it on the Apple II GS, and it's different because it's in the original. Okay. Hello there. There's a tree here, but it's gone now. Fancy meeting you here, stranger. Enjoying the mountainous climb? The Apple II GS and is a different version than the DOS version. It uses the old engine, so it plays differently. And some of it's got different graphics. It's got better sound. But it is a different game. It's really good though. So. Did they release that version in the older engine on PC as well? Let's cut down some extra trees. For shame. The trees are special. Yeah, I had the AGI version. AGI is the old one, right? I think that's right. Yes, the old engine. I know, but we need houses too. As long as they go to the city of Kellethan, I do not mind. AGI is the old engine, yeah. That's the one that I played with. I was shocked when I went to go revisit it and played it, and it was like, wait, it did not have this parser. This is not what I remember, and it being so different. But yeah, man, King's Quest is crazy. Did you do a lot of other Sierra stuff? Again, I strongly recommend playing Myst Online. Oh man, because the Myst games are so good. They did it because they were worried that people didn't have machines capable enough to run the SEI version. I don't think they're wrong. I think that's a smart move, business move wise. Nearly all the Sierra games. So with the Sierra games, I have played all except EcoQuest. It was my pleasure. Enjoy. EcoQuest, Freddy Farkas. I played the demo of Freddy Farkas. And I played all the Leisure Suit Larrys. I've beaten them. All the King's Quests. Even Masks of Eternity. All the Quest for Glories. We streamed all the Quest for Glories. Because Quest for Glory is my favorite of the Sierra stuff. I've played and beaten all the Gabriel Knights. And the ones I haven't beaten are Colonel's Bequest, and Dagger of Amun-Ra. I haven't played any of those. EcoQuest, and There's got to be another one. There's more. Conquest of the Longbow. That's the other one. Those are like the 4 main food groups. Ego Quest, I hear, is fantastic. I've done Camelot. I haven't done Longbow. I did Camelot as a kid. I really liked it. The riddles got me, though. The riddles in Camelot got me. There's a lot of riddles. I really liked Camelot a lot. Camelot, what's so fantastic about Conquest of Camelot is that it is very ethereal. It is so like where King's Quest is very, fantasy. It's very fairy tale, very fairy tale. Camelot is yeah. I say ethereal, and that's a hard thing to pin down. It is so dreamlike. It's strange in that regard. It's indescribable. It creates this feeling of like sadness and dread and mystique. It's very witchy. All these little set pieces, and they're very based on myth and storytelling, but they all feel so mystical. I always say something feels witchy. Like, you can tell that person is into paganism. Like, we read a book based off of the Bard's Tale series, and I was like, oh, that author is very witchy. They're very kitchen witchy. And my good friend Nick is like, what? And it's like, yeah, they're very, very weird in the best way possible. And Camelot is very witchy. Yeah. Oh, I bet I will. And I just loved the parser. I love text parsers a lot. I think they're the best thing in the world in games. I think a text parser is so powerful, and I feel like, especially like Quest for Glory and Conquest of Camelot, that they do fun things with the parser and make it fun and enjoyable. Of course, I think that the Infocom games are really keen too. Come here. Oh, we got a twofer. Okay. What time is it? We're doing great. We're making great time. Look up the Longbow copy retention. Oh, I know. All the plants and stuff and what they do. The medicinal plants and all their functions. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Very witchy. That's a thing that I think not a lot of people will get. When you say that, only people who have ever been around a bunch of witchy people will get what that means when you say something that's very witchy. But yeah. I love it. So what were the Sierra games you haven't beat? Someone knows a thing or two about Druidism. Yep. Oh, totally. Ding. We're level 16 now. Let's go celebrate. Get ourselves a new song. And turn in these bandits. Let's clear out the bandits first real quick. Brown bear. Farmer. Okay. Good. This one bandit here is going to be the last one. But yeah. Sorry, what was the Sierra games did you say that you haven't beat? LucasArts wise is, I guess, like a similar tale. There's not very many they haven't beat. The Dig is one. Loom was for the longest time one I hadn't beat, but I did that a little over a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago? No, a little over a year ago. December of 2020. Okay. The crazy yeah, okay. So yeah. The real old stuff. The real old stuff. That makes sense. I haven't done any of that. I haven't done like soft porn adventure and that sort of stuff either. Um but yeah, like LucasArts, I think the only LucasArts game I haven't beat is The Dig. I actually gave up on Fate of Atlantis. I didn't. Fate of Atlantis didn't work for me. And Last Crusade. I guess the Last Crusade counts also. I still am boggled at. Yeah, Lost Wolf. I'm kind of the same. My problem was that I was a big Apple IIgs. Like that when we were kids, we had an Apple IIgs. And when they moved over to the SCI engine, they stopped making them. Like King's Quest IV was kind of it, but they did that in AGI. So none of the SCI games came out on the 2GS at all. And they didn't really focus on that system. And so I didn't get a chance. I mean, the 2GS was like an Amiga. So it was like, it was powerful. And it was hefty, and it could do really cool stuff, especially with sound and such. But yeah. I didn't get to see Space Quest 3. I loved Space Quest 2 was like my very first computer game. And so it like taught me to type and read and all that stuff. You know, I was 4 at the time. I was 4 at the time. And that was my game. I loved it to death. I got to beat it. And wanted Space Quest 3 so much. I did. Oh, yeah, I absolutely beat it now. I love it. But as a kid, I was just wanted that so bad. And my parents were like, see, it says IBM PC. It doesn't say Apple IIgs. We can't get it. And I kept asking, like, every, like, month, every, like, week, did it come out for the Apple IIgs yet? Like, that was the game. Because I very much loved Space Quest. Quest for Glory was one that I ended up loving much later. That was one of the first games that we got when we got a gaming PC in the early 90s. It's Quest for Glory 3. And then we had Quest for Glory 3, then we got Quest for Glory 1 VGA, and then Quest for Glory 4. And oh, this is interesting. So, like, I used to say that Quest for Glory 2 was my favorite for a really long time, or at least my second favorite. I love Quest for Glory 4 the most, because it has the same stuff that makes Quest for Glory 1 so special, of being in this kind of small and intimate space. And I'd say Quest of Glory 2 was like my second favorite because I just enjoyed the world and it feeling so big. It just felt so big. But after playing through the whole series again recently, because I had never beat Quest for Glory 5, and so I streamed the whole series because I wanted to put some closure to the series. I never finished 5 because I was like, it's not my Quest for Glory. It's not the same. And I don't want it to tarnish what makes Quest for Glory so great. Blah, 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 blah. Like young, stupid me. And I still held on to it for so long. I was like, I have to stop that. I have to beat Quest for Glory 5. And so I took a character all the way through. And at the end of Quest for Glory 5, I was like, this is my second favorite one. Like, this one's... the combat is the worst. But it had all the things that make Quest for Glory so Quest for Glory. These characters, really, really quirky writing. I enjoyed the music, spectacularly. Yeah, I don't blame you one bit. And like the rights of rulership aren't that interesting compared to the rest of the game. So like the thief side quests and stuff like this are actually really good. And at the end, there is a lot of choice. A lot of things are based on their choice. And so it was really open and interesting. And I really liked it. I really bonded with the characters. I enjoyed the world, and I felt it gave great closure to it. And it was, the combat and rights of rulership aside, it was what Quest for Glory needed. It needed to have that ending. Kill the sewer rat, don't mind me. I agree, and I'm glad they did. I'm really glad they did. Because, yeah, we can say all we want about the combat and all that stuff, but, like, it's a good game. It's really good. It's very different, and I get it. I really do. I really wish I could see what the multiplayer would have been like. I'm very interested to see how that would be. I really want to play, The Realm Online, is that what it is? That was Sierra's online RPG. That we also did. I played Shadows of Cerberus a bunch, which I really like as well. It's very good. Yeah, Lost Wolf. Oh, but there's the thing. Like, we asked that question. Do you want to see them wrap that up now? The Realm was their big one, yeah. Shadows of Cerberus is really good. I really enjoyed it a bunch. I'd love to try the Realm, though, and see what that's like. Would you want to see Space Quest 2 come back and get the closure? You know? It's not going to be the same. It's really not. There's only one series, old Sierra series, where I'd like to see come back, and that's just King's Quest, because King's Quest is kind of a blank slate. Yeah, but I don't know if they should. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. It's complicated. It's very complicated. Oops. Making money. If you could have done it in the 1999, that would have been the spot to do it. None of those people are really in the industry anymore. And it would suck to pull them back to do this one thing that they might not want to do. Yeah, they don't. I mean, they're doing, what is it, Space Venture? And even that, you know. You can tell they were just doing it because people wanted it. Not necessarily that they wanted to. And yeah, I don't think a lot of these people have moved on, you know. I think Lori and Corey Cole love that world. You know, they did Hero U and stuff like that. Which I haven't played Hero U yet. I really want to. I know it's not going to be what I expect. That's okay. But they very much love Quest for Glory still, you know? And they love that world. Oh, absolutely. Did you watch the, it's really great. There's, fantastic Let's Plays of the Space Quest series with their commentary on it. It's really good. They have a lot of great stuff to say. Okay. I gotta give that note to Cassius. I didn't give that to him. Let me give that to him. It's really worth watching. They're really good. But yeah. I was like listening to an interview with Mark Blank of Infocom and him like talking about his time there and like very much how he was like, yeah, we made games. I didn't know that people still cared about Zork. Like, what? People want Zork stuff? What? Like, very surprised. It says, thank you, I'm in your debt. Here's the song she does. I promise I shall sing of you one day. So, like, I did this quest where I went into the southern plains of Karana. That went from the, Kinos to Kinos Hills, western plains, northern plains, southern plains. And your reward for this is the Hymn of Restoration, which is like you get like a level 1. It's like we already got that. I don't need it. I just want to sell my Hymn of Restoration, please. It's way too dangerous for the level at which you could actually do that. Oh yeah, and I mean, there's definitely some like protectiveness. They this love and ownership of the IP and having it lost, and taken from you can very much make you feel resentful of the IP in general and resentful of all the people who stayed and worked on it and the relationships there are there. Like, because like don't talk about Space Coast 1 VGA in a positive light, they'll rip your head off. I'm going to get a little drink. I'm going to be right back. We're going to sit and watch the water, see if a boat comes by. The boat comes to this one, right? I'll be right back. Blink. Blink. Hey, Kuno no Oni. Nice. A comic book for Yar's Revenge. Dude, those are the best. The little comic book showing, like, all the stuff. Like even a little novelization. I love that stuff so much. Thank you, Lip. Thank you. I've literally been talking for how long now? 3 hours and 38 minutes nonstop. Nonstop. Do I ever stop talking? Do I ever stop talking? This is a question I have to ask. Even when no one in the chat is talking, I'm jabbering away. I wanted to take this moment. We're gonna go get ourselves some rest at the Lion's Mane. But we have to. We have to do something before we end the stream tonight. It's really important. We're getting close to the end. So we need to get ourselves a room. And we need to get ourselves some sleep. I'll take this room. This is perfect. Thank you. I always have to sleep in a bed. Now listen, folks. We have played a bunch of Everquest today. Killed a bunch of bandits. We got to level 16. That's a big deal. Ding. Matawi, thank you. We're not done yet with the stream, though. Sit back, my friends, because it's time to do something incredibly important. Look, we see a lot of faces. We've rated a lot of butts in our life. Okay? Shining Force gave us many a butt to rate. But now we have to rate the face. Folks, I think it's time. Let's also turn that down. You're so loud. Everquest, why are you so loud? Let's get our tier maker up. My account. Alright, we are going to rate the faces of Everquest. Now, understand that we're doing just the humans tonight. The humans tonight for Everquest. This is all of them, male and female. I want to get through the female faces first, because they're not nearly as interesting as the male faces. No offense. Alright? So, let's start with Blondie McBlonderson. What we should do, oh, this is what we should do. This is what we should do. Hold on. Bam. Let's do this. Easy win for the male. I'm not sure if I should give it away. Don't give it away. Let's create a character, and let's get a close-up of these faces for you guys. Let's take a look. Bam. Setting faces. First up's Blondie. We're doing Blondie McBlonderson. Look at this. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Stereotypical, right? It's nothing special. It's not bad. There's a little swoop there. You like the hair swoop. Swoops are great. I'm going to give this one, it's pretty simple. It's a solid, it's a 6 face, right? It's nothing bad. It's nothing great. It's decent. Down the list we go. Black hair, brown eyes. Really tiny mouth. Here's the thing that I like about this face. This is what makes this face so great. This is a good face. This is a decent face. Okay? Because you got the hair dangling. You got the little dangly dudes, the little spider wisps. Right? But the nose. This was a thing I was thinking about while looking at these. I was like, you know what? It's weird when rating lady faces, because for the most part, they're all the same shape. I was like, oh, they all look the same. No, here's the noses. Look at the noses. This is the key thing here. She's got a bigger nose. It looks great. It looks fantastic. There's a very great distinction here. I like the spider wisps. I like the nose. I'm not going to lie. That one, that's a 7 face. It's a decent face. It's a great face. I have to say that Everquest faces are really awesome. They're interesting. We love the Everquest faces. Next up on our list, brown hair, green eyes. She's looking a little grumpy, right? She's a little stern. She's been hit on by one too many dwarfs. The Trumpy Iron Toes in her life have been giving her a lot of crap. Not happy about this one bit, right? She's ready to fight. She's got a fire in her eyes. I'm going to have to say, though, that in reality, it's a pretty average face, right? It's pretty average. We're going to give that face a 6. Look, we gave Blondie a 6. We got to give brown hair, green eyes a 6. Next up on the list, we have this one. It honestly looks like she got Rio Dobbs's this one. It's like she got her hair dyed, the spray on hair dye that men use, and it's really hot out. The hair is leaking down the sides. You know? I don't know. She looks disinterested. This isn't a great face. It's not a great face. Oops. Hold on. Boom. It's not a great face. There's not a lot of emotion. This eye looks fine. This eye does not look even remotely the same. There are strange and misshapen eyes. I don't know. I'm going to have to give that one a 2. It's a 2 face. It's not a 3 face. That's mean. It's not bad. Okay? It's not bad. Now, next on the list, we are rating the face of brown hair, green eyes again. Why am I doing brown hair, green eyes twice? I'm not going crazy. They are the same faces. This is unusual. I didn't notice this. But look. It's right there. There it is. It's the same. That's a problem. We know what we do with twins and clones. It's not right. This reuse. What happened here? They're going to be 4s. You're down. You went from a 6, now you're a 4. We have twins. The doubles. Not okay. Okay. Gray hair, gray eyes. Thin nose. It's an interesting face. I don't think you see this face a lot. You get some points for being unique. I dig the face. It's a decent face. I'm going to have to give that face oh, yeah. Boom. Sorry. Gray hair, gray eyes. Decent face. There we go. Thanks. Sorry! Stream easy. Sorry! The Trumpy Iron Toes. Exactly. Rumen says they need one with an eye patch. Yes! Oh, well, Wen42. Thank you. They need some kind of... These are very plain faces. I don't mean this in like, oh, you should smile more. Not doing that nonsense. No. I mean like, they're all kind of the same. And you have to really dig into the minutia of like nose shape, eyebrow shape, that sort of thing. With the guys, you're like, beard, eye patch, scar. And you're like, yes. Except the one without a soul. Yeah, Rio Dobbs. Thank you. Yeah. No. That one doesn't have a soul. There's something wrong with that face. So this one, it's a decent face. I will say that. I'm going to probably give this one a little higher than normal because I think that I like the nose shape. I think it's a great nose shape. Gray eyes. You don't see that very often. It's with blonde hair, blue eyes. It's decent. It's fine. Next on the list, we have red hair, blue eyes. Here's the thing. This is a pretty good face. Kunononi says, I've been playing Meridian 59 for the past few days, and I've discovered beyond leveling your character, there really isn't much to do. Seems to be more of a social MMO, which isn't a bad thing unless the server is very low pop. Rio Dobbs says 10? I wouldn't say... We're ranking faces, Sakura. Yes. It's got freckles. Yes. That's a big one. I dig the nose shape. Great nose shape. This is a really good face. Look, typically when you have a red-haired person... a red-haired woman in games, it's not indicative of real red-haired people. Oh, if it was red hair, green eyes, it'd be a 10. Without them, it's an 8. Kunononi says, I'm going to probably go on Kunononi's side of these things. I think that it's great that they actually depict a person with red hair like a person with red hair looks like. This looks like a person who has red hair. Like real red hair, not fake red hair. I'm going to give this one... Yeah, it's an 8. Kunononi, you nailed it. You're spot on. It's an 8. It's a good one. Rio Dobbs is mad. They're like, no! It's a 10! 10 face. Next on our list, brown hair, brown eyes. This is a different one than the ones we've seen before. But the thing is, this one, I don't know. This is like as average as you can get on the Everquest face. The faceometer. I'm going to probably put it with the twins. The twins. It's going to be with the twins. It's a 4 face. It's a 4 face. No, it's a 4 face. It's just kind of average. 10 out of 10 for cleavage for all of them, though. That may be the case, Stream Easy, but, you know. We're not rating boobs. We're rating faces. There may be a rate the butts at some point. Looks like Agatha from WandaVision. Ooh. We may rate butts first, but at one point. But guess who's going to have the best butt? You know who's going to have the best butt in EverQuest? Goblins. Best butt. 10 out of 10. Goblins have the best butt. I stress this. All right. Gnomes. Oh, man. You don't see enough of the gnome, though. You don't see enough of the butt of the gnome. Stream Easy. Not like you do the goblins. Ixar. Makes butts better. Yeah, tails make butts better. It's true. Ren says, goblin butts drive me nuts. Seriously. They take care of themselves. Everyone thinks that goblins are stinky. They think that goblins are stinky, gross, unkempt, disgusting creatures. I'm sorry. Have you ever seen a butt so cleanly shaven as a goblin butt in EverQuest? It has perfect form. They do their squats. You see how they're walking weird? Yeah, they're walking weird because they're working that butt. That's what they're doing. They're keeping it tight. It's fantastic. It's the best thing ever. I love it. Not a butt person, but man, hitting RDLs and squatting the house. Seriously. All right. Next up, we've done the ladies of the humans. Now we're getting to the good stuff, the hot stuff. Where are we going to start? Hold on one second. Let me see what I have on the list. We're going down the list. Now we're going to start with this guy. Look at this guy. Black hair, brown eyes. Grumpy as all get out. He's going. I don't like it. This guy's got a dumb face. Wen says 5. It's not an average face. It's not. An average face would just be a guy going. This guy's going. Don't like it. It's a terrible face. It's a... It's a 3. She's a 2. That weird face. Oh, that face is not great. His face is a better face, but it's still bad. That's just how it is. It's how it is. Chief Moonstone Bluebird Horn. Yeah, Steven Seagal. No, I don't. Oh, there's something about the face. It's just... It's not right. That's what my face looks like. Sobs EverQuestly. Alright, let's look at this guy. This is a face. Look at this guy. His eyes are really close together. He's got the crazy... he's got the attempt at facial hair. He's got the male hairline in the male human hairline in EverQuest is a delight. No widow's peak for these guys. Look at this face. What do I give him? He looks like he is... His facial hair is a 6. His face, though, looks like he's constipated. He's trying to poop. He's trying to dump out a log. He's going to the logging company, right? Gonna do some, load some timber. The Sparkling Baby Blues, though. He's part of ABBA. It's Ned Flanders. Yeah, he's the EverQuest Ned Flanders. That's a great, a great comparison there. But he looks like he's got a poop. Look at the right in between his eyes there. He's got a big old butt. He's got a butt right here. Look at the butt. A butt between the eyes. Blue's eye, but they're so close together. He's got a butt between the eyes too. Look at that. It's so perfectly formed. Oh, that's points. That's points. That's points. If you got a butt on your face, that is some points. So what do we give him? What do we give this guy? Oh, you guys can't see my cursor. That's a furrowed brow man, but it's a butt. You can see the line in the middle. You can't see my cursor. Why can't you see my cursor? Hold on. Properties. Oh, capture cursor's on there. It says that it's capturing my cursor. It's a 4. It's a 7. Dirt Nando says 7. That guy's face. It was going to be a 4. Right? The facial hair's a 6. The face is a 4. It was going to end up being a 5. But then the butt, it's a 7. It's a 7 butt. A 7 butt face. It's because of the butt. The furrowed brow caused a butt. Middle of the... Yeah. It's different, man. It's different. And different's good. Different's points. You get points for being different. Alright. Next on the list. Oh, dude. Dude. Wait, have a butt on your face is a good thing? Yes, Kunononi. Come on now. Look at this is a face. Look at the hair. Let's take a second to admire the hair. The stash, you have to respect the 70s porn stash, right? Respect the 70s porn stash. That's a big deal, right? The butt on his brow is a little bit more of a beer butt. You know, he doesn't do a lot of squats. He's just squatting in the toilet, you know. But the hair helps the face. Even his forehead has a stash. He's got a Wilford Brimley mustache. You gotta respect this guy. This guy's a really good face. I like it. What is it gonna be? This is a big question. What is it gonna be? He's a 9 face. He's a 9 face. It's a long face, though. I like it, though. I like it. It's a long face. There's more real estate there, Lip. He's a 9 face. It's great. Stream Easy says 8. No, he's a 9. It's close enough. It's close enough. Next on the list. Stream Easy knows. Stream Easy knows. Look, no forehead should be so smooth. No forehead with this kind of widow's peak should be so smooth. This man's got he's got hydrocephaly or something. There's something going on here. He's got problems. He's also got a chubby face. Look at it. Right? You'd think that's where his chin line should be. No, it's over here. It's over here. It's not here. It's not... I don't know if you can see this, but his chin line, he's got a big, weird, square face and a giant widow's peak and a very smooth forehead. Is this Clint Howard? Small mouth, chubby face, widow's peak Jones. He looks like he's got granola in his mouth. Exactly. He's hiding cotton balls in there. It's weird. It's weird. This guy has a weird face. It's a 1 face. It's the worst face of the humans. Let's just take a second. Let's take a second. Looks like he's holding in a laugh or trying not to puke or not exactly. This. Blonde hair, green eye. Look at blonde hair, green eye. Just look at him. Look at him. And just, oh, it exudes just pure sexual prowess. The eye patch even has detail. You know, this would have been a 10 face without the eye patch. It would have been. The great hair. You got the swoop. You got the swoopage. You got a fantastic beard. It's not too much. It's not too little. That's the perfect level of beard. Right? But the eye patch. The eye patch. Is that a snake on the eye patch? Reminds me of another person. Nailed it. If Sean Bean were a pirate. You speak the truth, Wen. You speak the truth. This is monumental. This is a 10 face. That's a 10 face. Our first 10 face in the ranking. Look at the spectrum. Look at the spectrum here. We got the whole wide range of the gamut. You got weird, I don't even know how to explain this, man. You got the one eye way off, hair melting down your face lady who's very uninterested in the world. You got Plains McGee. You got the twins and brown hair, brown eye. And then brown hair, brown eye. All right. Dirtnab says 3 grumps left. If he were a pirate, he'd be dead in the first 10 minutes. It's too beautiful. Next up. I'm not going to lie. Let's take a second to appreciate the bags under the eyes, shall we? Just look at them. The deep reset eyes, the furrowed brow, that amazing look. It takes a lot of effort. It's ugly but different. The Priest of Discord face. He's been adventuring. He has seen some things. But it takes a lot of effort to get that stash, to get that facial hair, and not have it connect. It's so close, it's as if he has a second abyssal mouth. Right? Top lip, bottom lip. It's a big gaping maw with a flesh-covered inside. Is he here to kill me? He absolutely is, Lip. Is his name Inigo Montoya? This is a beautiful face. It is a face that and the hair, the unkempt hair, but the very well-kept facial hair says a lot about this person. Dirtnab says it's a 6. I disagree. This is a beautiful face. This is a face that says something. It's a face that says, I have lived a lot. I have my priorities straight. I care more about the beard than I do about the hair. Because guess what? I'm wearing a helmet on that head. I'm a warrior of fortune. Right? I don't need to take care of the hair, but I need to take care of that face. The rosiness of the nose tip speaks of touching the drink from time to time. Lip. Oh, yes. The drinker's nose. We know it. It's a 9 face for me. It's a 9 face for me. I love it. I love the face. The nose is big. Look at the comparison here between the two. Look at them. Look at them. They're beautiful. They're beautiful angels sitting side by side. I love it. I think they're great. 8 at best. Oh, Kuno Naoni. No, he's a 9. He has personality. Personality is really the big factor here. Oh. Red hair, green eyes. Here's the thing, right? This is the face of a man who is just seconds away. Oh, shit. Sorry. Bam. Switch screens. Thank you. This is new. We haven't done this before. Red hair, green eyes. Look at him. This is the face of a man who is seconds away from punching you in the face. If you were to get into a bar fight and the guy's a little too aggressive, he is seconds away from punching you in the face. He's unhinged. His name is Seamus, and we all know it. That face looked like a cat. Ooh. Stream easy. I like this. I like this. Yes. Looks like a cat. I like it. He scares me. This man scares me. The pursed lip. Slightly sunken eyes. The extremely furrowed brow. He's got a nice toned butt there, you know? He likes potatoes and whiskey. And he has killed somebody. He has killed somebody. It is for a fact, this man, and not a villain. He's not bandit hunting. This dude has literally, in a back alley, shivved somebody for a couple platinum pieces. Many kills. Innocent kills. This man has no remorse. With his bare hands. Oh, Kunononi, even worse. This man is a biter. He's a guy who fish hooks, you know? He puts the thumbs in your mouth and pulls. He gouges eyes. He bites off noses. This is what this man does. Over a couple pieces of platinum, exactly. Wensa sounds like my ex-wife. Yeah, this guy kills. Looks like a paladin who gave up sex. Sounds about right. This guy terrifies me. I feel like if I were to give him a lower score, he's going to find me. He's going to kill me. I'm going to give him a 9 as well. He's a 9 as well. There's so much personality. The slight asymmetry between the eyebrows just says, do you feel lucky? He's got personality. This is what I rate highest, is personality. It's the most important facet of this, right? When rating a face. Most important. We have one more face to rate. This guy. Old bushy brows. Now look. You might say, oh, he kind of looks like that guy, except angrier and older. No. Ah, crap. Look. Bushy brows. Looks like that guy, but angrier and older. You see? The brows are a force to be reckoned with. Again, the hidden rage. But this one, not quite the same as this one. Not seconds away from punching you in the face. He's more like, I'm really mad that the waiter, I waited 5 minutes for my water. He has the headband. Yeah, he's got that smooth head. Looks like he does kung fu, but the secret forbidden kind. I feel like he's just mad about his waiter. He's a bit more, you know, he's a little more apathetic. He's a little more, he's got, what is it? He's got some money. His muffins were stale, exactly. He's just so annoyed at the most ridiculous, he's a road rager. He's so annoyed by the most basic of things. Gold band on the back of his head. Oh, does he? How do I see that? It's not his face. It doesn't matter, Dirtnap. It's not his face. It's not his face. The back of the head is not the face. We care not about that. Someone put too much sour cream in his burrito. There's no butt brow, but the more I stare at the bridge of his nose, the more I feel like it's got an architectural column. Yes, it's very columnal. It's like he had, he's got a sleep issue. He's got sleep apnea, and he has to wear those little bands. And he puts them on too high because he doesn't know what he's doing. But he will swear to God, Melinda, if you tell me again that I put it up too high, I'm gonna smack you. He's that kind of guy. That's who he is. There's a bit of, like, just... The hair's not really the face either, exactly, but the hair in the front is absolutely part of the face. I don't know how I feel about this guy. I'm gonna... You know what? I mean, I'm gonna do it for Melinda, his wife, who he yells at constantly, because she's trying to take care of him, but he knows himself better than she does. The muffins, Melinda. The muffins. She's like, it's fine. The muffins are fine. Don't tell me, Melinda. Don't you dare tell me it's fine. It's not fine. They are meant to serve us, and they have failed to meet my expectations on the muffins. But there's a shortage in Kinos, honey. They've said this time and again that there's a massive muffin shortage. I don't care. I want my blueberry poppy seed muffin. And I will have my blueberry poppy seed muffin. He's a 4. Show the clip. Show the clip. How do I show the clip? Stream easy. Good thing there's a muffin quest. I know. He just wants to get somebody to do the muffin quest. He's a 3. I don't like him. How do you spin him around? How do I see the back of his head? I actually have no idea. I don't think you can in this part. Screen. 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 Yeah, how do you see the back of his head? I don't think you can unless you make a character. Oops. Boink. Accept. So you don't get to see the back of his head. His angry, angry head. Oh, from far away, it's even worse. Look at him. He's so upset. Over what? The muffins, man? It's not important. There are better priorities in your life, like your family. Okay, rotate on when you pick deity. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Back is rotate. I got rotate on already. Rotate is on. Human. Male. Angry face. Let's see. Let's allocate our points. His face color doesn't match his body. Yeah, he powders his face. He powders it. No, it still doesn't spin. Hold on, let's see. Anger Fuss. That's his name. He likes the Rainkeeper. We'll see his face for you. Stream easy. We'll do it. We'll crunch on the face. There it is. Oh, he does have a... Yeah, that's cool. That is kind of cool. I'm auto-attacking because I have that quickie up. Oh, man. Earring 1. Earring 2. Earring 3. Earring 4. Earring 5's corpse. Yo, Worm Tongue. What's up with Earring corpse? Why are they? His corpse holding lore items, probably. Oh, how does that work? Oh, I see. So he kills them, kills an NPC. They have the earring. He makes earring 1, has them pick it up, then dies. And so that way you can get permit then at that point? I don't know why. I think those earring corpses are what happens when you don't do muffins right. That's the truth. But this guy, he's not mad about the muffins. He cares far more about archery than anything. Hello. Are you going to shoot me? Hagar, shoot. Oh, you shot me. Definitely the muffins. So you can have multiple of the same item, maybe selling lore earrings of some sort. Interesting. Interesting. All right, folks, there you have it. That's the stream for today. Wednesday, we are going to be back. Please, please. I would love more than anything for folks to come in to do Ultra Street Fighter 2, CPU versus CPU. 8:30 p.m. We start at 8, but at 8:30 p.m., we open the doors. You can spend channel points, not real money, to sponsor a fighter. If they win, if they do well, then you win prizes. You win prizes and stuff. Like, and you don't have to be there for the tournament. Like, you don't have to be there every time. It's a round robin tournament, so it's gonna happen through multiple weeks. Every Wednesday, we're gonna be doing like another round of it. And please, I want to fill that roster. I want to fill that roster. Like, you don't have to be a big fighting game fan. It's a blast. Trust me. It's like Super Baseball Simulator that we did. It's just a lot of... We'll be doing betting channel points for it and just having a grand old time. It's a ton of fun. Please, please come and see this. I'm going to beg because it is so good. And it's something I legitimately enjoy. All right, so let's go find somebody to raid now. Let's go see who's raiding. Whee! Don't look at my stuff. Boink! Who do we got to raid? Let's go full screen. Who is on? Look, I have to do this. All right? I know this is stupid. Oh, hi, Graham. This is really stupid. But there's a stream out there. I've said this before. When I played with my friend Nick. Oh, it's a poisonous snake. This is an AFK stream. But we have to watch it. It's of Everquest. It is the Randy, Trevor, Corey Haley cam. Somebody's watching the body of Randy, Trevor, Corey Haley in Rivervale. It is a body that I have seen so many times. They have even messaged me to tell me that I'm very funny because I run like really stupid things in Rivervale. It's very funny. And that person is there 24/7 fighting guards, AFK, being just there. Life of Piehole. You can leave if you want to. You don't have to come along on this. This is a journey. But they have a camera set, a character set, watching Randy, Trevor, Corey Haley, which 24/7 for years does this. Years. Randy, Trevor, Corey Haley has done this. I think it's amazing. I don't know if anyone else knows that this exists, but Life of Piehole apparently does. So, let's go raid them. Have a wonderful night. I'll be back on Wednesday. We'll go play Ultra Street Fighter 2. Please come in. Goodbye. Please. For the love of God. Street Fighter 2. Please. Oh, God. I'll be so alone. So alone.